How you doing, folks? Good morning. Thank you, Mage Cub, for the 4.5 years. Welcome, welcome, welcome back. Wonton Shoe. Let's get you a sword to go with that shield. So we're walking your shoes over here to Hoaglandia 12 months in a row. All right, let's just hop to it. I've got a couple Miss Marvel decks loaded up from last night. Let's just dive into some games, huh? Like morning, Quasi. Hit 93 yesterday with the Marvel Storm Doom Brute. Nice. Things you love to hear. I'm gonna snap on the Miss Marvel draw into the Murray Isle. I have 2, 3, 4 all in the middle here, and I have Onslaught teed up for her to help the sides as well. I did see we got a lot of good election news yesterday. It was great. Woo! Speaking of things that are great, Shiggity Shrek get wrecked. Also, I shared this in the subscriber Discord server. Hit an inked on this with a beautiful border. I do still have a Manscaped promo. Yeah, you can check them out here. 20% off plus international shipping. In fact, we had so many Hoaglandians check out the Manscaped promo that they actually just reached out to me to extend my promo with them. So we're doing some more dedicated streams in their area coming up here soon. All right, with the extra turn, I don't think I want to. Oh, this is interesting actually. If I play the Invisible Woman out, I'm gonna lose. If I play the Invisible Woman out, I'm actually going to lose the bonus when I move Jeff. And I think I'm probably going to move Jeff, right? Because there's a chance we find... I also, in theory, might want to keep this path clear for Namor. Does that win the game every time? I feel like the answer is it wins the game every time.
Wind, aid my hand.
I mean, he does reset himself, but I just want the stats there. Wow! Oh, get wrecked, I guess. Rip. We definitely scammed someone. It just, wasn't the opponent. Frolic Syndrome. I think that was the only card that beat us there, right? Thanks for the 7 months, Frolic. Alright, as sad as it makes me to say it, after seeing how that game played, I don't think Namor is going to be good. My niece is only 8. How has she already hit me up for 4 fundraisers this school year? It must be in a lot of extracurriculars, huh? Can I just continue to put Stegrod in my deck? Iron Lad might be okay too, honestly. I guess he's a little awkward with Cosmo. Yeah, he's kind of been with Invisible Woman too, right? Well, I guess like I've got a lot of good hits for him. Iron Lad for now. We did hit the Ink Barrage. I like how the YouTube stream is like, hey Jeff, you've been live for 6 minutes. You should insert an ad into your stream. No, YouTube, bad. Stop it. Nobody wants your shitty ads until I'm ready. You know what I would like on the YouTube side though? Like button pressers. Shout out to the 10 people who pressed it before I asked. You're the best. Thanks for sticking around, Smoothbag. We played a little bit of Cerebro 5 with... Miss Marvel yesterday. It was okay. I don't know. I just think that deck's a little bit weak in general. I don't know that it has the ability to consistently put out big enough numbers that it's not really meaningfully disruptive, is its, like, core problem. Oh, that's actually kind of great for us, right? And then I think I storm here, and I'm gonna snap them. UA Spectrum stuff yesterday. Yeah, we tried a little bit of Spectrum stuff, and it all felt kind of bad. I would be surprised, and obviously there's still optimization to do, but my instinct after playing a bit is I would be genuinely surprised if you wanted Spectrum over Onslaught in any Miss Marvel deck. I don't know that I actually like the idea of Green Goblin in a lot of these Marvel decks, just because it feels like a challenge sometimes to make sure I have one card in each of my side lanes. Because remember, Miss Marvel doesn't give you a bonus if you don't have a card on the left and the right. So like Green Goblin not being a card on your side can be actively detrimental towards being able to do that. Like here even, right? I think because this is Kiln and this could be Kiln, I actually dump Invisible Woman here, and then we go Fantastic into Marvel in the middle. Because if this ends up being Kiln, I won't be able to Marvel points into it. This roll doesn't work, or there's nobody in the path, that's kind of weird. No, I think it's actually great. Wow, I'm glad we didn't snap. Yikes. Would Wasp be better than Mr. Fantastic to enable Marvel? Well, I mean, I didn't say I was explicitly having an impossible time enabling Marvel. I said Green Goblin is anti-synergy because you need cards to enable Marvel. So, like, it's not... I don't want to play bad cards like Wasp necessarily that have no other synergy in my deck for the sake of enabling her. I just explicitly don't want to be playing... I think they're snapping just because my Invisible might be an Isle of Silence, but I think that's fine for me. Between Miss Marvel and Mr. Fantastic, I think we're okay to stick around here. Yeah, especially if this ends up being Limbo, we're in a great spot. Honestly, we might be in a great spot regardless, huh? Do this. I kind of like it. Get a feel for what they're doing. think I'm gonna do this, and then next turn we could potentially Iron Lad the middle to peel a Storm to maybe scam a little. Scamming's worked well for us today, so. They could also be Cosmoing us center, though. Okay. So we need to draw Onslaught organically. Nice. Now, the real question is, do I want them to know Onslaught is coming? Or would I rather Blue Marvel? Because if I Onslaught this turn, I'm not playing Jeff next turn, because Jeff would cause me to lose my Marvel bonus on either side. So I'm only playing one card the next 2 turns, basically. You think I'm snapping them back here? Is that enough? I don't know if I'm enough to snap back. I guess this will put me +5 in the middle up to 12. And then Onslaught will be 19 into another +3, 22. Is 22 in the middle? I'm gonna be 19, 22, 17. Do we think that's enough to win the game? Oh, I'm gonna be 4 more on each side. Yeah, that is probably enough to win the game. I'm gonna snap them back, I agree. Because I'm gonna be it's 19 plus 4 is 23, and then I'm gonna be 21 over here. So I'm actually gonna be beating an Infidon on either. I'm gonna be beating an Infidon on either side. So I'll lose to a She-Hulk in the middle, but I beat Infidon left or right. I believe. If they have a Hulk that's bigger than 20, they could get us, but I believe otherwise we're gonna be A-okay here. They could have a Hulk that's bigger than Infidon, in theory. Because Onslaught's gonna provide an extra 7 on each side from these two, and then he's gonna provide an extra 2 on each side from the Blue Marvel. So we're getting +9 on each side here, and then we're gaining 7 + 3 in the middle. Victory. That was really impressive, huh? Oh yeah, I cut Namor. Sorry, we'll change the deck name. That lad didn't last very long. Yeah, I mean, Iceman's a very good card. Iceman and Spider-Ham are a legitimately good 1/2 disruptive punch. I like them a lot right now. I think Spider-Ham will fall back out with Mobius right back. So, one of the big things I would really like to emphasize is that there really wasn't a meaningful change in metagame from when Mobius was legal versus when it wasn't. And I'm not really expecting it to have a big move again. Mobius was already a card that was down-ticking its play rate a pretty incredible amount before they nerfed him, and then after the nerf, I expect to continue him to continue to keep going down. I'm gonna hope that 8's good enough in the middle, but that might not be the case.
Wind, aid my hand.
Dango's Alert, thank you for the 13 months. Welcome back. Colombian Poppy, thank you for the 3rd of a year. Smooth Mag, thank you for the 10 months. Did they really snap me on that? They just don't realize I have Jeff to potentially get into the right here, huh? I think is what they're on. You think they're a bot? No, this isn't a bot. I know they played Star-Lord, but all their borders are the same, chat. I guess they're winning on 2 lanes. I don't know. The bots usually have varying borders. I guess gold-backed base Star-Lord is very bot adjacent. That's fair. Okay, and I snapped them back and it immediately passed. So yes, beep boop. This is just your friendly reminder that saying the person's name is on the Marvel Snap Zone bot list just shows how little you understand about this game and how people interface with it. There are quite literally lots of people who use that Marvel Snap Zone bot list because people like you will be like, oh, it's on the Marvel Snap Zone bot list. So I was literally in a Twitch chat the other night, and the people there were talking about how to appropriately disguise themselves as bots to get people into making bad snaps in place. Oh my god, did we just lose? No, we're good? Okay. So, we confirmed this was a bot when I snapped, ended the turn, and then there wasn't a wait. The only way to fully confirm your opponent is a bot in Marvel Snap currently is to snap and then immediately end the turn and see if the turn ends. So that happened. I like the Bounce Hawk deck you were playing yesterday. The Bounce Hawk deck is very good. I genuinely think there's an argument to be made that the Bounce Hawk deck is the best deck in Snap right now. I also think most of the population's probably too smooth-brained to play it remotely efficiently, though, so it's probably fine. And I don't really expect it to take over, but it's very, very good. There are bots that you can't win against. Yeah, so there are some bots that people in the community colloquially, is that how you say that word? Refer to as cheater bots. And cheater bots essentially always have a free Daredevil, and they only make their plays after you lock your plays in. These locations are quite bad for us, huh, gamers? That's fine. We just got an 8 keeper. We can give one back.
Escaped.
One thing I'll say, I tweeted some stats this morning. It always makes me chuckle. This is something you see in every card game. How much people love to take decks that people like myself have worked on a lot and make them worse. So here's 3,000 games. These are my preferred 12 cards for Darkhawk Bounce. And then these other deck lists are 1 or 2 cards different. This one is literally Iceman over Armor. Q-Break goes in the toilet. This one is Iceman over Forge. Win rate and Q-Break go in the toilet. This one is Jeff the Baby Landshark over Armor. Win rate and Q-Break go in the toilet. And that's one of the things that's honestly so interesting about Snap to me is because the decks are so small and you see so much of them every game, it's so easy for a 1-card difference to make a big difference. I said this here in the tweet, but just to reiterate, in my opinion, the only flex card in the bounce deck is Armor. And literally the only card I might remotely be convinced to play instead of Armor is Shadow King. Because Shadow King is a tech card that's going to swing you games in a big way and has the upside of triggering your werewolf, even if it's a little bit awkward with our own Bast and Forge on occasion. But I do genuinely think these are the optimal 12 cards, especially while Destroy is one of the most popular decks in the format, season in and season out. Armor is just so good. The big thing Armor does in this deck list, and this isn't something that a lot of people think about, but it's huge. Armor makes Chavez better. And the reason Armor makes Chavez better is because Armor lets you proactively play your Darkhawk or your 1-energy cards that your opponent's tech cards can kill on turn 5, so you can play Chavez as an actual game piece on turn 6 and not expose yourself to stuff like Shang-Chi and Killmonger. In other bounce variations, in a lot of matchups, you have to hold your stats for the final turn and play to not have priority. And Armor makes it so you don't have to do that. Yeah, Armor also makes it so you don't get screwed against Professor X decks with Eliath. Yeah, that's one of those things. That's a deep theory cut, right? Like, that's something like, well, why would Armor make Chavez better? But it's like one of those things that people that are picking up this deck is be like, oh, I want to change tech cards, or I want to make myself feel smart and cut what everybody else has been doing, so it's my deck. It's just like they don't understand all of the critical breakpoints where these cards make and break winning versus losing. Michael, thank you for the membership over on the YouTube side. Appreciate it. I'll be the first. You'll hear me say quite frequently on this stream, I don't know the optimal slots for a deck. We play a ton of different things here, and I don't have strong opinions on the little details. This is like the one deck right now. No, this and one other. This and She-Hulk Moon Girl are the two decks that I feel like I've genuinely played enough to be like, yes, I know and have strong opinions on the details in here based on my experience. You know what else I have strong opinions based on a lot of experience, chats? Adverts. And on this channel, adverts will never be played over gameplay, but they will still be played. So we'll see you in 120 seconds. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, don't forget to tap the like button. Appreciate that. I'm also going to give you an advert over there. You should show the She-Hulk deck. The She-Hulk deck was yesterday's YouTube highlight, and I'm going to ask that you go click on the YouTube highlight because it's my worst performing YouTube video on the Hoaglandia Snap channel in the last month. I am unfortunately, and this is sad, She-Hulk decks don't perform well. She-Hulk is getting added to the list with Thanos and Bounce, where the last couple of times I subbed Ham for Forge. I think that's an awful change. I think these 12 cards are ideal. I think Ham especially is an atrocious card in the Bounce deck because you gain no equity from picking Ham back up and replaying it. I think Iceman is the next best 1 energy on reveal card, and I still wouldn't play it over any of the cards currently in this deck. You know, I played a lot of iterations, and there was a lot of back and forth. I'm not sure exactly what I want to be doing with this deck for a while. After playing this deck into the ground last season, I'm very confident these are the 12 cards you want to play. He's saying people hate women on the internet. Well, to be fair, the other archetypes that I stay away from posting highlights of are things like Thanos. Thanos never performs well on my channel. I'm gonna shoot for gold She-Hulk. I think I'm going to re-split my Peach She-Hulk looking for gold at some point, but it's not a super high priority. Next time, I'm gonna start saving up credits again, and next time we play a She-Hulk deck, maybe we will, but this isn't a bad split. And I have enough boosters for 3 more rolls, so we might try and roll for a better one at some point. Yeah, and this is, again, things people don't think about. And this was something I actually didn't realize until I started playing this deck more. Nico Minaru is a card that regularly gets a big stat line in this deck because of Forge and Bast. Something that regularly happens in this deck is you Bast your Nico and then Forge her up to 5, and then you play her with the double my power mode, and suddenly she's a 110. So like, you actually use every bit of the Nico Buffalo in this deck, which is one of the reasons why she's phenomenal in it. But that's another one of those things where like, you don't really realize that until you play the deck, right? Cutting Forge is something a lot of people do from this list because there isn't any express synergy that's super obvious, right? Like, you're not forging a Brood and you're not forging Mr. Sinister, but forging Nico has similar equity. I think a Werewolf nerf would change this deck significantly. No. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Werewolf ends up as like a 3-1 similar to Bishop, or maybe like a 3-4 or a 3-5 +1, and I think both of those changes is still a very playable card. Obviously, it makes the deck a little bit weaker, but I genuinely think this is probably the best deck in Snap right now, so I think making it a little bit weaker is also probably fine. It's the best thing to copy with Nico there. Demons? Darkhawk? You copy Darkhawk a lot. Like, you copy Darkhawk on 4 or 5 and then play a second Hawk the last turn. And then you pick up your 110 Nico for another spell. Yep. People were asking for... one, they didn't reset this data with the latest patch, but I think that's fine. Miss Marvel doesn't really change anything. The other thing to keep in mind, and this is a big thing, the data on here right now is kind of muddy to the point of being just because we have to look at pre-infinite data. So the average cube rates on every single one of these decks, looking at stats before 100 because nobody's infinite yet, is inflated by bots, is the TLDR. I like how this deck still filed as Guardians, and there's no... Oh, I guess Gamora is left in it. But yeah, shitty Drax finally got cut for Miss Marvel. LOL. Alright, let's play some more games, huh? Gotta get back to Infinite yet ourselves. Cerebro 2. I think Cerebro 2 is a reasonable and competitive Marvel Snap deck, and it is not remotely close to resembling the best deck in the format in any way, shape, or form. Thoughts on Shuri-Kitty? I don't know that I have any strong opinions on Shuri-Kitty. I will say that deck list doesn't have any supporting metrics to back it up recently. Miss Marvel was their cheapest card.
Wind, aid my hand.
Deciding whether or not to put a tech card like Echo in your deck, what are the main considerations? Well, I would pause you and say that maybe it's pedantic, but I personally would not consider Echo to be a tech card. In my opinion, Echo is a pseudo prison board control card. Echo doesn't react to what your opponent is doing. It kind of just dictates where they can put their stuff on the board. snap them here. Just dying to Eliath. How does this work otherwise? There's a lot of stats to the left and the right. Yeah, I think we just have to go because of Eliath, unfortunately. Who's surprised that the boomer snapper's already muted? Not me, not remotely.
Escaped.
Not me, not remotely. Speaking of Loki and good matchups and bad matchups, I think something that I found really funny last night when I was like flipping through streams, seeing what other people were doing with Mrs. Marvel, is it never failed to make me laugh when the person was playing this greedy Miss Marvel deck with Super Skrull, and then inevitably ended up talking about how their Loki matchup was shit. It's like, oh, you put the tech card in your deck that's really good against you, and suddenly your Loki matchup is bad. Weird how that works. If it isn't the repercussion of your own actions coming to bite you in the ass. Yeah, it's been like 2 or 3 patches now, Ty. When you mute someone, it leaves their account muted on your account. Yeah, clearly nerf Loki, exactly. And that's honestly one of the reasons why I think so many people that don't like putting in the work dislike Loki as a card, is because they just don't want to adapt. They want to just play their tech cards and get people, and they don't want to get got for not thinking critically themselves. I got Ink Barrage last night. I was like really close in terms of boosters, and I might have spewed a little bit of gold and gotten paid off for my spew.
Wind, aid my hand.
So they're down a Morbius and they're down a Dracula. Because we pigged their Dracula. Oh my god, please be an unreveal. Oh. Fair. I don't understand why they stayed for my stat. Rats, get strong. I think we're dead, unfortunately, right? That's why they stayed for my stat. Needed to hit on that, Cosmo. They can add 18 on the right, and this is only +6 for us. I'm feeling this one. I'm about to long to our next deck. This is a great team answers, by the way. I wanna pull this one up. Because this is one that comes up a lot that a lot of people just don't get. Why don't you get refunded tokens when a card gets nerfed? We made the decision early on to focus on frequent balance updates that would buff and nerf cards regularly. Refunding nerfs results in a minimal to no balance updates because of the economic impact to the game. We try to be as upfront as possible with multiple moments in the game to inform that we won't refund card ownership. Oh, I think a lot of people think that games like Hearthstone and Magic the Gathering don't do regular balance changes because they're bad or don't want to. But the reality is, part of the reason why those games don't do regular balance passes is because they have an economic impact every time they do it. It literally costs them equity to make balance changes. Runeterra does regular balance passes though. Runeterra is not a game you can point to as an example for a meaningful reason as to why they do anything, because Runeterra in terms of revenue and success in the industry is an abject failure. If Runeterra was being made by a company that had less money to spew than Riot Games, it probably would have been sunset a long time ago. In the 3 years or whatever Runeterra existed, it made 1/5 of the amount of money that Marvel Snap made in the first 10 months it existed. Just to give you context. Well, I was going to wave into a 6-drop. I guess I am no longer doing that. Well, I was hoping to draw Darkhawk or Miss Marvel so I could end on an ongoing and then copy it here, but...
Escaped.
I think Runeterra's got a lot of genuinely good things about it. I don't do content for it because nobody really watches Runeterra content. For those that are new here, that are found by Stuff with Snap, I actually spent almost 6 months doing primarily Runeterra content to very mediocre results because that type of game just doesn't have good content metrics. Very small number of content creators that were successful with that, and everybody else was aggressively medium in terms of metrics. Guess I'll throw this here. Storm in. I guess I don't have to make a decision on that. I can just put rocks in their deck. Worried about Electro. That's fair. A lot of the Daredevil decks are Electro decks.
Wind, aid my hand.
This is probably a play left bot with the Widow's Bite left. Probably should have snapped them to get more cubes.
Victory.
I mean, saying that you can't compare Runeterra to Snap is, like, fine in terms of game quality, but, like, if you want to compare it to other games that it's more similar to, Runeterra's amount of total revenue is an abject failure compared to Hearthstone and Magic Arena as well. I don't know the numbers or the ratios off the cuff for those other games, but they assuredly made significantly more money than Runeterra made over their life cycles and in comparable time spans. Alec Endron, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate that. Long-time lurker, you're the man, Jeff. Good to have you here. Lurkers make the Twitch go round. You could free-to-play Runeterra very easily. Yeah, that was one of the problems with it. I often describe mobile game economies like YouTube clickbait. People and humans always complain that they despise clickbait. But then at the same time, while saying they despise clickbait, they behave in a way that significantly rewards clickbait. And they refuse to change their behavior to reward things that are not that. So they'll say they hate it, but when push comes to shove, it's what they want. You know what's funny? Sorry, I was looking. That person that I just banned for telling me to shut the fuck up, they were previously banned on the channel. Shocker. And what they were banned for was defending someone for emoting like an asshole. So who's surprised that someone that we gave a second chance to for defending crappy hate behavior in the past then came back and exhibited more crappy behavior themselves? Folks like that honestly make me regret giving second chances periodically, but we can't let dirtbags like that ruin it for absolutely everyone, I suppose. Also, like, what a strange thing. Imagine coming into someone's Twitch channel and being like, you shouldn't be talking about the thing that you're talking about. Why not just change the channel like a normal human being? Why not Mystique right? Because if they don't have Enchantress, I want a chance to win Nidavellir. Yeah, big main character syndrome. That was a close game.
Victory.
Stinky, thanks for the 5 months. Welcome back. A couple people mentioned there was an in-game survey up. Doesn't look like it here on my client. This is one of the reasons why when people try and tag me and announce things in here, this news tab is still such a pile of inconsistent BS. It's like it's never yeah. It's never the same for everybody. What'd you even say to make that person do that? I wasn't there at the start of the conversation, but all you were talking about was Runeterra being an economic failure compared to other games, right? Yeah. I actually really liked Runeterra's gameplay. Part of the problem is that a lot of people get into games like Marvel Snap and Runeterra and others are what I refer to as lifestyle games. And what that means is they're not just this hobby that you play for a little bit of time per day for many people. They're their life. They eat, sleep, and breathe that game. Even when they're not playing it, it's dominating their mental state, thinking about things related to it. And when people get that invested into a game, they take anything that's not 100% positive being said about that thing as being a personal affront. Yes, they did mention in the team answers section that there will likely be another whale spending event come December. So if you're someone... You just described comic book fandom as a whole among others. Yeah, it's definitely not something that's limited to one single thing. Happens in a lot of spaces for sure. I might snap him here.
Oh, snap.
Pretty good spot. It's like kind of like having a parasocial relationship with the game. That's honestly a great way to put it. Magento. Okay, and they played into the Vibranium mines, which means we will get to win wherever we play this Darkhawk out passively. Which is lovely. Hey, congrats, Mikey. Honestly, we're kind of hoping to draw another Vibranium next turn.
Opponent snapped.
You know, like Enchantress or Rogue Beam? This feels like I'm gonna get hit by a tech card. I don't think Cerebro 5 is likely very good. Yeah, I don't like just dying to a tech card here. Man, you know what sucks? We'd have won this 8-cuber if we'd have won the coin flip. Fuck you. You snap me on a tech card and then fist bump me after you win your goddamn coin flip. If they'd have hit Onslaught instead, they would have had the same amount of power here, but I still would have had... Oh, actually, no. I messed up and played Vibranium here, right? I would have lost my Marvel bonus either way because of that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know that I want to play this deck without... I don't know that I want to play this deck without Cosmo. Generically speaking, my initial take on Miss Marvel feels like... I don't know, the more I'm playing these games, if it feels like she's powerful enough to make up for the amount of tech cards that she's getting hit by. Like, maybe she's a reasonable card when, like, the hype dies down a little bit. But the more I'm playing into other things, it feels like I'd just be beating people if I was, like, playing shit like Loki, right? And that's the other thing, too, that feels kind of bad. Like, based on the games that I'm playing, if I just queued up with Loki, I think we'd 100-0, like, all of these people. Because actually, every single person we're playing into is, like, making a bunch of shit card choices that makes their deck close to 0% into a Loki deck. I feel like I should probably just be playing the good deck to punish them, instead of trying to do the cute thing that we're currently doing. Do this, and then this, and then this, and then this. I think I want to Invisible Woman to play around a tech card. Let's take further step. Been playing a lot of Loki, can confirm a lot of cards. And that's honestly, again, we talked about this earlier, but just to re-harp on it, I think the primary reason you hear so much goddamn complaining about Loki from bad players is because those bad players actually get punished for making shit tier deck building choices. They can't just shove whatever tech card they feel like playing into their deck and then queue up and be successful. Oh, you know what? The rock means that my Miss Marvel doesn't impact the center, huh? It's actually super awkward.
Kneel before Galactus.
I'm beating Goliath. Because Goliath only kills the last card that I play. What am I losing to? Alright, this is your fair warning that I'm just going to be issuing timeouts for subs that accuse my opponents of being bots, and I'm just going to be banning non-subs. It's incredibly fucking rude to call my opponent a bot. The implication when you call my opponent a bot is that they're bad at making bad plays, and especially like in this case, right? Like saying, is this person a bot? The only bad thing here is the gamer suggesting it because you don't remotely understand how to identify bots in Marvel Snap. When I believe I am playing against a bot, which is going to happen pre-infinite, I will call out why it is likely a bot and articulate what I am seeing to lead me to that conclusion. What a fucking gamer. Just complete and total melted Goliath brain. Get out of my game. No, there's not Galactus bots in the game. The bots explicitly play a very specific subset of decks, and Galactus is not one of them. It's one of the handful of things you can know to identify when you're playing against an AI. That was 100% a human being. Bots don't suffer from Goliath brain rot. That's exclusively humans. Truth. Well, the saddest feeling experience of free-to-play is when I have an inked card and get an amazing variant for that card to cash. Well, I just wouldn't split any non-variant cards that you have past 3. And I would save your boosters for when you finally get a variant for that card. Not my onslaught. Not my onslaught. Alright. Deal. I might honestly just be vibing here, because I don't want to pull my other cards into the middle. Looking for Blue Marvel, Miss Marvel, Iron Lad, Jeff. Jeff I can actually play, because he'll pull middle and then I can move him out. No, that does not count as Jeff's move once. Beautiful discard deck here. I feel like 90% of discard players are just like, this is the only deck I play, and it's all gold or inked. Has the bot pool expanded for the video that you had on that topic? No. They removed one of the tells. The impossible splits that bots used to have are no longer a thing. But other than that, my old identifying bots video is still accurate.
Opponent snapped.
This is Mr. Mikey asking the question that a lot of people don't understand when we talk about bots in Marvel Snap. Is that when we talk about bots, these are not like humans are botting the Marvel Snap ladder. So, literally, I wanted to draw Miss Marvel, Iron Lad, or Blue Marvel on our last turn here, so I could play them center and then win the game. Unfortunately, Marvel Snap had other plans. There are bottom 3. When I talk about bots, bots are put on the ladder by second dinner. So that way, players can get free cubes to get pushed up towards infinite. No, they are not human bots. They are second bots in ranked games like Marvel Snap are very common these days to let players feel good about themselves and giving them free wins. Second dinner uses them a little bit more aggressively than other games I've played, but they're very common in the industry. Bots keep fun for being zero-sum necessary. I completely disagree that bots are necessary. For me personally, bots remove a significant amount of joy from the game. What would a human bot be? In other video games like MMOs and RPGs, humans will run bot accounts to farm gear or experience or something.
Opponent snapped.
Staying with the Cosmo draw, it's close though. I assume they finally drew a way to blow up the center. What's going on, Ewok? Thank you for the 43 months. Angel Gamer. How big is Null? Not very, right? They only blew up the middle. Sometimes these decks play Chavez, but I'm still tying Chavez left. I think I'm staying. Yeah, and then we win the breaker. I think playing Chavez in your destroy deck is super wrong, by the way.
Victory.
Hey, Citadel, thanks for the membership on the YouTube side. Appreciate it. You know what else I appreciate, chat? All of the wonderful things these adverts are trying to sell me. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the flip side of 2 minutes. On the YouTube side, don't forget to tap the like button on the stream if you're hanging out. Helps it out. 220 people watching, only 107 like button pressers. You could enjoy an advert as well. Already with someone on the Twitch side, just wanted to chat in the YouTube space too. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I put the $1 membership up on the YouTube side. They let me customize it. I wanted a cheap one. For people that wanted to double dip on both for when they're bouncing around. Chavez seems extra strong with Angel. Yeah, that's true. You're more likely to draw your Angel. So far, the best Miss Marvel decks have felt like the ones that are playing Onslaught for me, and it definitely feels like Cosmo and Invisible Woman are must-haves, because it's just, you can't afford to lose her effect to an Enchantress or whatever. Hey, thanks for the YouTube membership, Mind Melting Media. Appreciate it. I mean, I don't think you should ever needle or criticize players or content creators for playing cards that they think are good, even if they're kind of obnoxious cards like Goliath. I won't fault you for, like, turning a stream off for, like, not enjoying a deck that they're playing, but the reality is you should just let people stream and play what they want to play. And it's not their job to balance the game, it's Second Dinner's job to balance the game. Man, I really hope they do something long-term with all the different menu music they're building up. Because they've had such a consistently good set of tracks month to month since they've started changing them. Hey, awesome, Melton. Good to have you around. It was a super reasonable, logical thing. It's what we aim for here. Super reasonable and logical. Ooh, 1 into 2 on the island might honestly be a snap. Yes, we'll wait and pork them and see what they're playing. We get a little info.
Oh, snap.
Oh, sorry, I'm in the wrong seat is why the face cam is big. Still in the deck editor scene. We porked to Shuri. Okay, Shuri was the cheapest card in their hand. Yikes. I guess it's better to keep the higher power one, right? Is Discord a thing? Yes, we do have a subscriber/supporter Discord server. If you're a sub on Twitch or a member on YouTube, make sure you link your account up and you can pop on in there. People ask why it's pseudo-private all the time, and the blunt answer is I just don't have it in me to moderate a fully public Discord server. Just sounds like significantly more work than I'm willing to do. Oh my god, they just played Tempo Enchantress. That's lovely.
All systems go.
One in 3 works every time. Yeah, go look at the official Snap Discord and weep. Yeah, basically. Okay. We'd have won on the onslaught hit. I guess I could have also read that I expected them to play for the right, and maybe I'm just supposed to deploy Marvel left. This would have been 8 here, and then we would have won the breaker. Yeah. So it's beneficial spell for Nico to use the Cerebro 2 deck. I mean, you use a lot of them. The best one's probably the copy your Cerebro mode, though. Hey, Token. Thanks for the membership. Yeah, I mean, like, the blunt answer is if you want to be climbing, there's a reason why most of the sweaty streamers I was flipping through last night changed off of Miss Marvel very quickly. Like, these Miss Marvel decks are like B, maybe B- power level at best. And there's a lot of people who just want to ruin other people's fun that are explicitly playing hard counters currently to them. So, like, in addition to your deck being only okay in terms of power level, you also have to deal with people basically trying to hard counter you. I'll snap the onslaught draw, I think. Get out of here.
Opponent snapped.
disgusting. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be done playing this card today. I think I'm just gonna play some good decks and stop getting hard countered by people. Most of these decks people are playing aren't actually that strong. And they're just like getting us because they're taking people's new toys and they're breaking them over their knees. You know, honestly, with the OTA coming tomorrow, I don't really need to record any content. I think I'm just gonna be the bad guy and fucking Loki people for a little bit. Maybe we'll bounce people for a little while too, but I honestly kind of just want to like take people's super scrolls and rogues and just like push their shit in. I mean, I don't even know that I constitute being the bad guy. Like, I'm trying to play the good sweet deck, and other people are just like building their decks greedier and shittier. So I think I would like to just like beat them with their good tech cards. Galactus, I don't think Galactus is actually that good. I think Loki is quite good, and people are building their decks in a way that Loki punishes them. Yeah, the Werewolf Bounce deck is good too. I honestly just haven't played a lot of Loki, and I kind of want to play with this variant for a little bit. I think Loki is fun to play too. Agree. I think a lot of the hate that this archetype gets is related to the fact that it punishes people for bad deck building decisions, and rather than being introspective and making better deck building decisions, people would rather just complain. Death by Chad, thank you for the entire year of support. Welcome back, appreciate it. Usually that only happens once. I think there's a cognate argument to Loki feeling bad because you're losing to your own cards. I think the way in which you lose to your own cards with Loki is so incredibly fundamentally different than the way in which you lost to your own cards with Leader that they're not remotely comparable. A Rage Harder, thanks for the entire year of support. You sword to go with that shield, welcome back. Take an extra energy next turn. Yes, they are definitely Cerebro too. I don't know that I even want to put Sentinel on the board though. Gotta keep my board a little bit clear here. This will put these two back in my hand. And I will draw 2 cards, so my hand is filling here, which is fine. Oh, I guess this turns off the Elysium next turn. It's probably fine though, huh?
Wind, aid my hand.
I don't even know that Lokiing is good here, right? I kind of want the rogue. Yeah, the flooding's gonna turn off because the hawk's no longer active. Well, they're probably gonna play the Cerebro over here, right? What if I punt the middle and we do this? And then I get to play another Loki over here, which will give me... Yeah, I potentially Blue Marvel them too. Damn, yeah, that gets us, huh? They don't have their card! Get out of here. Sick. Smug fucking smile. Ferocious! Thank you for the primer. Appreciate that. Every time Maria Hill generates you a card that you're already playing in your deck, it kind of feels like cheating gamers.
This land is always changing.
And they step back because they drew our Quinjet, but honestly, we have the better cards from our deck, right? They playing some kind of sandman pile, it looks like here. And we win a coin flip. We can. Yeah, if they're playing one big thing, this is really good. The problem with this is if they echo into Marvel mid. That dies to Alioth, right? They're assuredly an Alioth deck. This does beat Alioth. So I think it's the play. Oh, I forgot Jeff could move. That means we're gonna lose to Alioth, right? No, wait, we tie with the Storm and the what's it called? Then we win the Breaker?
Higher, further, faster, baby.
Okay.
Victory.
Hey, Yuki, thank you for the over 4 years of subbing here and everything else you've done in that time. Appreciate it. Life's treating you all right? Slower, nowhere.
Breaking news.
Even David with a Daredevil makes me think it's a bot, especially with base art, low split, Dr. Doom. Indeed, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back.
Opponent snapped.
I'm staying. Oh no, there was a very strong spot. Leader left. Does that do it? Leader left loses to soaking. That's true. This could also lose to them soaking though, right? If they're a cheater bot, we're dead. Oh, they might be a cheater bot. Leader left, You good? They're not a cheater bot. God bless.
Victory.
Collector here, just in case this ends up being Clintar as well. Do I snap? I think I snap.
Oh, snap.
So their doggo can get into the altar of death here is noteworthy. Is it just this, so I keep my dog? I think I need to do this so I keep my dog. I could have Falcon to save my Quinjet, I guess. Why not Nico mid then? Because I want extra energy next turn. I want the +2 energy from playing Nico into Alter. Our hand's kind of absurd here, huh? Just firing on every cylinder. They have +4 energy this turn, though, so they have 9, so they can also do some crazy stuff. Surprised it's taking them a second to figure it out. Didn't Loki their Loki. Unlucky. Unlucky. You played anything else today? We played Miss Marvel decks for a little bit, but I got sick of losing to people that had their decks built poorly, so now we're here. Wait, Chavez left, thing here, Wolfen's middle. Miss Marvel, it doesn't feel like it's currently possible for me to play Miss Marvel decks competitively without dying to Loki, because most of the other people we're running into playing Miss Marvel decks are teching hard for the mirror, and in order to tech hard for the mirror, you have to lose to Loki. So, we're just hanging out and playing the bad guy for a little bit because people want to build their deck so they don't beat Loki. I'm just going to play the deck that they have decided they don't want to play games into reasonably. I don't think Miss Marvel's powerful enough to, like, stay super omnipresent, so I'll probably have some more fun with her at a future date, but for the time being, not super into what's going on. Echo checks against both the mirror and Loki. I mean, I don't think that's true. I think Loki's gonna have priority going into the final turns relatively often, and then you're gonna be in trouble with your what's it called? Snowguard on 1 kind of sucks, huh? I can't draw with Eco down. Hey, do you want to play alongside Gladiator? I don't think Gladiator is likely to be a very interesting or exciting card. Like, I think most of the Snap card releases this month are a little bit on the medium side, which is fine. We just had a couple of months of just like banger into banger. Hopefully they Snowguard the Dream Dimension, otherwise we'll both suffer. There? Any chance Debris is good to mess up Miss Marvel pass? Why not just play a card like Rogue and take their thing? Hey, look, chat. I was rewarded for not putting Shang-Chi in my Loki deck because they Loki'd me, but I didn't put a tech card in my deck that was good against my deck, so now they just don't get to get me with it. Feels good, man. I made a deck building decision that made me better in the mirror. Funny how that works. Honestly, I probably should have snapped him here. Says +2. Says +6. Their werewolf can't end up middle. This will be 10 here. You asked a content creator last night about Rogue versus Shang and got laughed at. Yeah, I mean, it's probably a content creator who will tell you they hate playing Loki mirror matches, and Loki mirror matches have no skill. That Loki mirror matches are just all about the RNG. Gamers make better decisions instead of doing mental gymnastics to justify why they lost. Challenge level impossible. Is Moon Girl more than Coulson? I couldn't play Moon Girl instead of Coulson. I didn't have enough open energy. Hey, look, chat. It's the card that could have been a card that murdered me, but instead it was a rogue. So I made a deck building decision that won me the mirror match through good deck building. I know some of you are thinking at this point, does Jess ever get tired of making the point about how right he is? The answer is no. No, I certainly don't. Especially not when so many people in the community are so vocally loud in such an incredibly wrong manner. Quinjet, free Sentinels, Loki in hand. Lord, grant me the confidence of people on the internet that have no idea what they're talking about. Eternal mood. Wish I had buffed Master Mold so bad. I am shocked that Master Mold has not been turned into a 2-3 yet. Genuinely. Alright, anything other than Collector, I think we Loki here. I think against the discard deck, we could just draw 6 cards out of their deck and then be a better version of their deck, right? With everything costing 2 less. Right? Or am I supposed to Wolf Pup this turn? There's a world where I'm supposed to do this, I guess. I'll still have 2 turns with their deck discounted. Actually, I actually don't know what's right here. This might be wrong. This is one of those things where more experience with the deck would be beneficial. Oh, see. Now we're doing this, right? Honestly, do I need the extra energy next turn? I think I'd rather keep this space open over here. If this deck wasn't despised by the community so much, I'd play way more of it on stream. It's such a neat deck with so many moving parts that really rewards you for building good decks. Yeah, but it punishes people who build their decks poorly. Which, let's be honest, looking around the Marvel Snap community, like, there's a lot of people. Like, before Loki existed, how many times could you go back in my streams and find me with clips of me saying some variation of, I can't believe we just lost to that tech card. That tech card is horrible and shouldn't be in a well-built deck. And that type of what is going on here is why people hate Loki. Because Loki is a card where when you put the Shang-Chi in your destroy deck, he beats you over the head for your bad deck building choice. There hasn't been another deck in the history of Marvel Snap that so directly punishes bad players making bad deck building choices as this card. Because he takes your choice that you didn't think critically about and then very directly beats you with it. Drax Swarm Modok. Yeah, I could do it. Because my rogue's gonna get big too, right? Oh my god, I even get to do this? Wait. This... Into... No, huh? Because there's the forge here, right, is a problem? This'll discard the what's it called, right? Swarm into the forge first. No, I want to play for the forge. I think this is fine. Oh yeah, absolutely crunched. I like the commenter that shout out to the mod who promptly banned their ass, who was like, how big is this guy's ego? I love how we live in a world where when you're being shown demonstratively again and again and again here, in addition to hearing me articulate a theory craft about why my theory is correct and how this works and how other people have a misunderstanding of it, your conclusion isn't, yeah, Hoagland's convinced me, it's, man, Hoagland is full of himself. Sorry that offends you. You know what else is offensive to some people, chat? Adverts. Too fucking bad, though. Here's 2 minutes of them. If you're watching on the YouTube side, don't forget to tap the like button. Appreciate that. I'm going to give you an advert as well. Now that's a segue. Flawless transition, no notes. I'm gonna run to the bathroom and fill my water bottle, gamers. I'll be right back. Oh, for my Genshin Impact gamers in the audience, I went on an absolute tear last night, by the way. They dropped our Lady Water Archon, and in 25,000 primos, I got C1 Farina and her signature weapon. Just actually Unreal variants. Save my good beats for the... Hey, thanks for the quarter of a year, Mickey. The collective variance you store up playing Snap pays off. Nice, Metsu. Yeah, I won the 50-50 to get my first Farina, but I didn't get a Charlotte, and I wanted at least one copy of Charlotte to play with, so I did 2 more 10 pulls, and on the second set of 10 pulls, I got a Farina and the Charlotte, just all at once, which was lovely. Yeah, some people said the survey was up, but I looked at here. Maybe I need to restart my client. A couple people were mentioning the survey was being wonky there. Wonky on mobile as well. Yeah, I got her weapon as well. Does this feel like the best current Loki iteration? I think something close to this is very good, Birdman. I haven't played enough Loki to have too strong of opinions on the archetype. These are 11 of the 12 cards KM Best is playing, but I think he's silly to be playing Shang-Chi in this deck, so I cut Shang-Chi and put, Rogue in my deck for all the ongoing stuff running around. And obviously we're queuing up into Lockjaw here now, so I'm going to, naturally regret not having a Shang-Chi, but that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Man, talk about a fucking game of Marvel Snapchat. The old 20%ers. Which game have you spent more on, Snap or Genshin? I actually have not spent... Okay, I'm not going to say... I almost said the words not that much on Genshin, but let's use the words significantly less than Snap. Yeah, Snap and it's not close. That's pretty good. I don't track my Genshin spending exactly. I think I'm low 4 figures at this point, though. I might have spent an unreasonable amount of money getting a C6 Faruzan at one point. I still play Star Rail. I have still been playing Star Rail, yeah. All of the anime friends belong to me. I was less of a coward, I would have jammed the Green Goblin in the middle, but I think I just want to get the werewolf going. Any tips on how to justify spending monies on pixels to your wife that you can pass along? You and your significant other, if you can afford to have so in your budget, should just have a budget that includes your ability to buy things that make you entertainment / be happy. In my opinion, there's no difference in spending money on pixels than there is going out to a bar or a nice restaurant or anything else that would be a luxury purchase that I would do just to spark joy for myself. It's not a great Loki. Does Chavez 3 zeros compete here? I don't think so. I should have left myself space to get a werewolf into Mojo World. Nico doesn't let you get into Mojo World. She moves after werewolf tries to move. We tried that yesterday. I don't remember now. Yeah, I was gonna leave. It's 1 cube. The Iceman hitting Collector on the 1 and 5 on turn 1 lost us the game for sure. That was just such a huge tempo loss. So an after replacement for Snow Guard, probably Agent 13. Just want a different 1 energy card that generates cards for you. I think I'm gonna go ahead and Snow Guard here on 2, so I can Green Goblin on 3, Loki on 4. Okay, and just like that, we're rewarded for having Rogue again. It's a bot. Again, the 100% surefire way to know you are playing against a bot is to snap them and end the turn. If the turn immediately ends, you are playing against an AI. Humans get a timer extension. Yeah, this works, right? The Dracula is guaranteed to hit Apocalypse or Chavez. And my Rogue has their Morbius text. What's going on, Late Night Dad? Thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. I did have a Namor deck list at one point. She's definitely the best thing to happen to Namor in a while instead of Lomar.
Victory.
I actually really like Loki's gameplay. I've defended him a lot. And if he wasn't just a super popular deck that people who are bad deck builders hate, I'd play more of it on stream. It's exactly the type of play multiple cards in a single turn, have lots of complex sequencing decision style gameplay that I really enjoy personally. So good at hitting Black Widow. I gotta snap them. I might snap them. Even if they have their Dark Hawk, I have a Rogue, right? It's like bounce without the bouncing. Yeah, and even some of the Loki variations like this have a bounce aspect in them, right? Ah, super rewarded. Am I making dogs or am I just green goblin? I'm just green goblining. They can bounce the goblins. They might not be a beast deck. If they're a beast deck, this is super bad for us, but they might, They might be like a Dark Hawk build, right?
Opponent snapped.
If I hit any card generation card next turn, all my collectors go insane. I'm gonna stay, but this might be a beast snap. We'll see. Oh, I should have played Chavez middle, maybe. Yeah, we're guaranteed not to draw a card generator because of Chavez. I don't know, they might green gobble the right and get screwed here. If they don't, I still have an okay number of points. And I get to slam Chavez, man. I'm also, like, building up a ton on Stark Tower here, right? We're gonna go to 17 there. Their wolf is awkward on the board. A collection of collectors, exactly. The long pause while they pull up the stream to find out if they should green goblin or not. Us.
systems go.
Once they pull the dog out here, they're still at 11. So I think they probably got us. Daredevils. They say Daredevil's broken, but for some people it's better than ever. It's a shame too, because if we'd had even a single card generator, we would have likely put that one away. Why not retreat later? When my opponent's like 0% to be retreating themselves, I just save myself the time. So go ahead and go next year. They're likely a Shang-Chi deck and we are not. I guess I could Loki them in theory, but I just like have no good places to play cards this turn. Yeah, I agree, Dusty Kitty. I almost never walk away from a game against Loki feeling like I couldn't make better decisions or couldn't have tried to do something different. Professor X on turn 4 especially is just like, yep, they guessed right and they flipped a coin and now the game is over. It wasn't very interesting, but I lost. Sometimes you even guess right and you win and it's not very interesting. It's just very unsatisfying gameplay experience, especially in tandem with Goliath. Odd Season, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. Yeah, my streamers do it, but I appreciate you not blocking or hiding your plays. I mean, like, most of the time, when streamers are hiding their plays because they think they're getting stream sniped, they're not. Like, myself included, chat. 9 times out of 10, when a content creator is like, I'm getting stream sniped, they're not. They're just salty that they lost a game to a bad coin flip. Like, it's fine, they're human, like, let them be salty, but like, no one gets stream sniped remotely as often as most people imply. Like, I just have very little desire to, like, make my content significantly worse by hiding the screen for the sake of something that's, like, not really happening. Really need this Quinjet since Loki's gone. I guess I would have made... So would have made those cheaper. The Goblin last game was totally reasonable too. There's a 50% chance he got stuck in Stark Tower regardless of just play. No, I'm still salty about that one, so they were definitely ghosting. Another Angel Gamer. This one's a bot. 14 enough here. They discarded their card Edge. I don't think this deck usually plays Venom. Beats Chavez.
Victory.
It's funny, talking about streamers blocking their plays on the last turn. I was watching a creator the other night, and I'm not gonna name a name. But they, 2 games in a row, they thought their opponent was sniping, so they blocked their plays on the final turn. And then the 3rd game, they finally didn't think their opponent was sniping, and then their ad rolls automatically went off during turn 5, and I missed turns 5 and 6 because of that. And I was just like, alright, I'm just not supposed to be watching this stream. We'll go somewhere else. Just like, never actually going to get to see the most important turns of the game. We'll go next, I guess. Snap on the TVA. I think our deck is likely favored into that compared to a Nebula deck.
Victory.
It definitely wasn't Binks. Binks is another creator that's excellent with his ad timings. Does not put them over gameplay, and I appreciate that as a viewer. We're now 2 for 2 on Sokovia's taking Loki's. Insert conspiracy theories here, gamers. Checkmate, liberals. Alright, we'll snap Ryan on the Green Goblin. And again, this is just to confirm Ryan's a bot. Was likely the case, but I snap, I end the turn ends immediately, Ryan's a bot. Hopefully we get to Infinite today or tomorrow so we can stop talking about bots. I was so glad when they removed bots from Infinite gameplay.
Victory.
Retreat bots. Such a good use of my time. Didn't discard Loki that time, at least. Sometimes lucky, rubber ducky. Yeah, completely agree. I never understand the point of retreating bots. If their point is to inject cubes into the game, why even have that be a thing? So, from a logical, why do the bots do this and exist perspective, the reason why retreat bots exist is because they... I should have played this last turn. I'm talking to click in. The retreat bots exist for the purpose of simulating real players more realistically. The thing that's really easy to forget if you're someone that's watching a stream like this one is that a majority of people playing Marvel Snap are not remotely as plugged into this game as you all are currently watching my stream. A majority of Marvel Snap gamers are pushing buttons on their cell phone while they poop. They are not looking up content and stuff like that. I need to make sure I don't die to Galactus middle. Sentinel in hand. I play this out too. I'm gonna lose the Quinjet though. I'm gonna get you back to hand, you back to hand, you back to hand. 2 more. Yeah, this is fine. How'd you know I'm pooping right? I have a camera in your bathroom. Your boss asked me to put it there because you've been spending too much time on the throne. He's thinking about installing one of those slanted toilets. I want to make sure I beat Doctor Doom. Early bad, sure.
Victory.
Slanted toilets. Yeah, so a thing that exists that's a barbaric device that they install in some places where they don't want their employees sitting on the throne for too long is it's slightly angled so that way it's uncomfortable to sit on for a duration. It causes you to apply pressure with your feet while you use the restroom. So that way you get in and get out in the minimal amount of time. That's torture. That's capitalism, baby. The late stagiest of it. Never forget, chat. If it was legal and profitable for a corporation to gut you and sell you for parts, they would do so without thinking twice if it meant the line on their graph continued moving up. The only reason they do not is because it is illegal for them to do so. They would only think twice if they had 2 offers. Oh, it fucking hurts. Ooh.
Aid my hand.
Opponent snapped.
Are snapping me? Yeah, they smell like a Cerebro 2 gamer, which I can respect. A rogue. Could be a surfer variation too, yeah. Am I snapping back here? I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to win if they Mystique is the problem. I potentially still have to beat 16 on the left, right? Well, no, they're going to Mystique their Cerebro most likely here. Or not. What happens if they blue Marvel left? If they blue Marvel left and I grab that instead, they lose their Cerebro bonus everywhere the way that works, so that's fine. Teenage Warhead is graphically bugged here. It is actually 4. I was stay for 2 more. We can definitely lose this. They have like Luke Cage over here. I gotta coin flip now. Got him. It's generally speaking correct to stay for coin flips in spots like this for 2 more cubes. If we were scaling up to 8, it's wrong to stay, but for +2.
Victory.
No, they don't have a second Cerebro from Nico. They gave it +2 power. You don't miss with a split like that. That's true. That's true. We, definitely a good aim. Dapper Beagle, thanks for the primer. I know there's a ton of great people streaming on Twitch you can send that to every month. Thanks for sending it this month and keeping me around. Those subs are a big part of why I'm able to do what I do here. Thanks for the 4 months, by the way, Dante. I think I missed that one. Ah, Dapper, you were the Green Goblin player. Yeah. You played well. Chat, if you sub to my channel, you're automatically never a ghost. And even if you were, you subbed, so that's like worth way more than whatever points we were playing for, so knock yourself out. Our hand's strong enough to snap a Subterranea, but definitely not a terrible spot. Just donate a sub every time I go. Sold. Deal, Lorito.
Opponent snap.
They're snapping me. I think the squirrels plus my goblin make this good for me. I'm like, next turn I could go collector into more squirrels. Yeah. I might snap them. Do I snap them back? I'm gonna snap them back. Hills to Tweeb, thanks for the 2/3 of a year. Using my prime so I can go, sounds good vibe, thanks for the 2 months.
friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Don't come in. Nailed it. Is this the right play? I honestly can't tell. It's a fun play, though. This bear braided thing, 100%. Save a helpless snap gamer from bear braid, chat. Subterranea, so our odds of drawing a specific card are low, but obviously we'd love to hit Falcon or Loki next turn. Get some points on our collector. Falcon would be the actual nuts, right? I think there's a chance we've died, chat.
Escaped.
Possible. Such impossible odds. You know what else is impossible odds, chat? Your ability to dodge these adverts if you're not subscribed to the channel. Enjoy. Watching over on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button. 228 viewers there, 179 button pressers. You all can enjoy an advert as well. A survey yet? Should we fill out the survey together on stream, chat? Should I show you what my answers are? Let me relaunch and see if we get a survey link. It's short. Okay. No, it's literally just not here still. #1 survey response. Make the news section work. Jazer, thanks for the prime. I appreciate it. What's going on, Beamish? I should fix that the next OTA. All right, chat. I'm gonna share a little tomorrow morning. Tomorrow I'm gonna have 2 videos. I'm gonna have my traditional over-the-air update review video. But then I'm also gonna have something of a meme video to kick things off in the morning. So tomorrow morning when you wake up, you can look for this thumbnail on the YouTube side. And I have to say, this work of art is going to accompany quite possibly our most artistic YouTube video we've had on the channel. It's gonna be a great piece of content. So make sure you got the notification bell on if you don't want to miss that one when it goes up in the morning tomorrow. Like 20-ish hours from now, I've got it scheduled to post. I've done funny meme-ish style videos in the past, but this is the first one I've done since we added an editor to the channel. Yeah, he definitely has earned his keep in the video for the morning.
Wind, aid my hand.
Alright, let's go Green Goblin here, Snow Guard here. Then we can Snow Guard to turn this off next turn. I bought Ravona after they deleted Mobius. I didn't think he'd be back so soon. So, the number one thing, and this is a big part of what's going to be coming potentially in, or the bigger part of this change with this over there update, is simply the fact that this over-the-air update for Mobius means that if you play Ravona on 2, or you play, what's it called? If you play Ravona on 2, they're snapping me. You're snapping me? Excuse me? What are you? Sack your next play, draw 2 cards. I think they're Zabu? No, I think they're, yeah, Zabu and Ravona will both let you have a turn with their effect before they happen. What if I do this? No, that doesn't work. If I do this, into this, into this. This fills the center. I don't know. No, I did that wrong. I think I did that wrong. I filled the center, right? I don't know that I wanted to fill the center. I panicked at the end a little bit, shit. Yeah, so they're putting Blue Marvel in the middle. And I wanted to be able to rogue that. Does this win the game? It makes Collector 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It puts me up to 7 here, up to 25. What if I do this, and then my werewolf is here? That's only 15 to 12. I lose to Mystique at that point. They could Cerebro the left, yeah. What if they go Mystique plus 2 power thing? That would be 4, 5, 6, 7 here. We'd tie, and then I think I win the breaker. I don't know. I'm gonna spew here. Ran out of time to count. I messed up my turn 5. Oh, I also I'm not returning, I ran out of space to return stuff to my hand too, so I'm actually short. I'm not going to tie on the left. I counted tying because I thought the Maria Hell was coming back, but she's not coming back, so now we die to any 2-drop. No, we would have lost the breaker too. Okay, so if I would have, I ran out of time on turn 5. I needed to make it so the wolf didn't end here. I needed to destroy the hawk instead of destroying the bear, is what needed to happen. Maybe we just win with Chavez left. Oh yeah, would that have done it? Our wolf was winning the middle and then we win with Chavez left? That's a good take. Collector Loki also would have been 11 points. Yeah, I could have done that and just left the wolf biddle. I didn't consider leaving the wolf biddle, and I should have. I knew what play they were gonna make. I just ran out of time.
Snap.
Dude. Say you're putting ads on, I don't get them, but sometimes it gives them to me randomly. That sounds like something's bugged on your end with Twitch. Yeah, if you're not getting ads when I run them, it could just be that Twitch hasn't sold them in your space, but if you're getting them truly randomly, that's not something I can control, obviously. Eleven probably wins the right? Pup wins the middle.
Wind, aid my hand.
Victory.
It's safe to say at this point, Miss Marvel has found her best ever person. I think it's safe to say at this point, and this happens very commonly when a season pass card drops that has an obvious hard counter. We won't know where Miss Marvel is ideal until we get a few days past all these people trying to play spoiler, hard countering the new toy people want to play with. So, like, she's not going to have an organic thing to be doing until, like, there's not inordinate amounts of counterplay everywhere. Okay, so the average zero deck doesn't usually play Shang-Chi. Not a guarantee by any means, but generally speaking, I would not expect to be playing against a Shang-Chi deck right now. What if we bear Central Park, and then we go Wolf into Falcon next turn? I'd draw up to 6. I'd go down to 4. I'd return 1, 2, 3, 4 squirrels to my, or 3 squirrels to my hand. Please be Shuri. Please be Shuri. Sure.
Oh, snap.
Well, that's better now, right? Paro King, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. I should have believed, Chad. I should have had faith in my little guy. Should have snapped on my bear flipping up. Go ahead with the Hulks on the left too. You still see a ton of triple M voting. Yes. I have been blocking or banning half a dozen or more people a day between YouTube and Twitter and other platforms with people talking about how Mobius is going to kill a bunch of cards that he didn't kill. Lovely. Let's see, a single Mobius stuck all day. Well, Mobius doesn't get changed to ongoing until tomorrow with the OTA. Being wrong is one thing, being loud and willfully wrong is entirely different. Exactly that. I appreciate Hi Buddy coming into chat and telling us their hand every single time they accidentally queue into us while they're watching. They're no means obligated to do that. Good luck, Godspeed.
Oh, snap.
Snap at this point because our hand's pretty absurd.
Victory.
Theirs is a little better than theirs. The reverse ghosting. The most honest viewer on Twitch. Hi, buddy. Karg, thanks for the sub gift. Rare day to see Jeff on an S tier deck. I mean, to be fair, I think the bounce deck right now is an S tier deck. We spent all day playing that on Monday, basically. Talrand with the nice 69-month resubscription. Thank you for that absurd duration of support. Here's to 69 more. I snap at this point, right? But 1, 2, 3 cards in my hand makes the collector a little bigger. Honestly, I might not want to play Maria Hill because she's like card neutral inside of my hand if I want a Loki next turn, and I kind of want to keep space on the board because they're a move deck, and I'm going to grab their movement cards. I am shocked they didn't stab me back. I think I need to Loki and just start trying to use their deck. I think their deck is favored into these locations and we're not, so. Hawk to stop the doubling. Maybe, I don't know. I think I just want to like Loki and try and keep up. Maybe that's wrong.
Opponent snap.
I'll leave when they snap us. I think the opponent really fucked up by not snapping before they beasted.
Escape.
And this is the funny part. They're emoting here like I made a mistake. Like this is just like it's so funny how many, and this is the #1 thing that players who are inexperienced at Marvel Snap don't understand. If you are not retreating games that you snapped in with some frequency, you're either not snapping enough, not retreating enough, or potentially both. This is a very common emote thing where people like constantly emote you after you snap them and then retreat later in the game. Like they're indicating that they feel like you made some kind of mistake by raising the stakes in a game that you didn't ultimately win. Yeah, and then that's the extra joke on top of that, where like they're emoting us like my snap was bad when they literally could have pushed the button 1 turn sooner and they would have gotten 4 cubes without it being close. Imagine being able to recognize that the game state has changed couldn't be me. Exactly. Most Snap gamers have never played a reasonable hand of poker in their lives, that it shows. Did they beast the goblin? No, they beasted Iron Fist, Human Torch, 8 power. The 8 power Human Torch Ghost Spider. Snap is poker if poker was fun to play. I mean, poker is fun to play. Snap is poker if poker didn't involve a bunch of waiting around, I think is a more apt summary. Optimal poker gaming involves a lot of sitting on your hands. You complete that in Magic, or do you occasionally play still? I don't enjoy the game that Magic the Gathering is today. The game that I played when I was playing a lot of Magic the Gathering was functionally and fundamentally different than the game that Wizards of the Coast sells people in 2022. Should have put both of these over here, I think. There's a squirrel not coming back to my hand. I think it might only be these 3 coming back to my hand, actually. Leave a limbo is a question.
Wakanda forever.
Can I beat 18 on the left? I don't think I can, right? Can only get +6 here. Flip a coin for one more, I suppose. Get par with no name and crunch him. Ah, lose the right by a little bit. GG gamer. You know, chat, I gotta be honest with you. After playing this deck for the last hour or so, I'm starting to reassess my opinion of people that are saying this is the best deck in the game right now. And obviously, we haven't played it flawlessly, but like, a legitimate best deck in the game should be carrying me by my bootstraps a little bit harder than what this deck has certainly done. Played Modern. Yeah, Modern especially is a different format today with all of their direct, whatever cards. I was gonna bounce through a little bit. Yeah, it's not bad. Like, I don't think it's a bad deck. But it's also just like, I didn't walk away from that experience like, wow, this felt powerful. I was like, this is fine. This is a thing I am allowed to play. If you really like this deck, you could play it and not be embarrassed. That's true. Maybe it's explicitly the Falcon. The Falcon Wolf build is not great. Maybe we should make a point to revisit like the Elsa ones and stuff. I snapped on Deep Space because I'm getting another hood. I'm getting another hood demon. Oh, that's so good. That's so good, gamers.
All systems go.
Puts me +5 over here to 13. Meaning I tie this. It's actually this, huh? I think it's this. I think I don't need extra points on the Dark Hawk. I'd rather just be as big as possible on the left. Would you sub out Werewolf for in this? You can play Elsa, but I do think this deck is worse with Elsa than Wolf, for sure. Wolf was a real upgrade. Hey, what's going on, Loopy? Is Loki even a top-performing meta deck? It's been a couple of days since I looked. I'll check. Let's take a look at some untapped stats after this. You'd have Nico. What would you play in that slot? Probably Iceman. I would definitely make Nico your next 6,000 token purchase, though. She's great. Goes into so many decks. You have a specific target for Forge? No. And I guess one of the things we were talking about earlier in this deck, one of the things to kind of be aware of is that there's not an express synergy with Forge outside of Nico, Nico having her double her power. Yeah, Chavez is cheap. Snap them up.
Avengers! Assemble.
Ah, yes, the turn 5 Okoye. Glenn Jones, if you're out there, could we get 1/1 Okoye back? Would that be allowed? Is that too greedy?
Opponent snapped.
Please, sir, may I have some Okoye? Would 1/1 Okoye go in every deck? No, I don't think so. Pumper, good pumping. Who's a pumper bot? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. What a deeply satisfying and interesting gameplay experience. The most human of plays. Oh, by the way, gamers, because they haven't really been promoting it, I should make a point to mention it. Drops are coming back next week. A week from today on the 15th, we're gonna have some Twitch drops again. Someone that enjoys free stuff for watching twitch.tv in your Marvel snap. It'll be a Peach Momoko Punisher. Maybe Glenn Jones will bless us with a Punisher buff tomorrow. Whenever the next OTA is. Where are my pumper bots, or am I the pumper bot? Oh no, I was the pumper bot the whole time. Does Twitch pay second dinner for drops, or does second dinner pay Twitch? I'm pretty sure second dinner pays Twitch for drops. Well, that's unfortunate. Mother of God.
Wind, aid my hand.
They'll draw a card next turn. Which will make my Hawk 8. So if I put him here, he's 10 with the Forge. I think I'm just playing him face down. We'll play for these two. Keep banking this Forge trigger. We're taking too long. I'm gonna snap him. Oh, maybe this is bait. They got a greasy tech card for us. Oh, Bass left when he gave us a 3-power squirrel. Yeah, I would have taken away my Forge bonus though, right? So it's kind of a wash. I lose to Goliath though, right? So I gotta go. Let's have to decide which player reveals first. Whoever's currently winning on board. So like in this game here, we're tied here. They're up 17, we're up 9, so they're winning. Yeah, Dream Dimension. In combination with Flooding, which is so bad for our wolf. I like how they use the entire rope to just like ultimately play one 5-drop on the left side. A 5-drop that they can ultimately reposition later. Black Widow. Any good on reveal here would be fine. This is really not what we're looking for. Although I guess with DC here, gonna get a freebie if we make a bunch of demons. I think we do this, and then next turn we go Hood Beast here. I'll drop to 5. I'll play Hood Beast down to 3. Hood will generate a Hood in my hand up to 4. These 3 will return. I think that's snappable. Does priority count total power if each player is winning a location, or is it a flip? Well, it's whoever currently winning on board, right? So it factors in the normal total power tiebreaker. There's a real chance here that they just don't contest DC because I'm going to have all these demons. And Korg's actually a solid... Actually, am I going to have enough demons that I would rather just make... Honestly, I think I'd rather just make the Darkhawk bigger, right? Is that crazy? Call me, baby. This also means I don't brick my draw next turn. You were thinking of taking a season pass off. I think this season pass is an excellent one to pass on if you're thinking about taking one off. It is worth noting that, like, if you're going to spend any amount of money on Marvel Snap, that money should always be spent on the season pass first. It's like literally the best thing you could spend money on in the client by a lot. But also, if you are going to miss a pass, this one's a fine one to miss, I think.
Opponent snapped.
They're snapping me? Seriously? Alright, gamer. Because they're Modocking, and then they're gonna miss their Chavez draw here too. My Hawk is 12, 15, 17. $23, 26. This beats them going swarm here and discarding their what's it called. And then I just assume they don't play for DC because I have demons. I can't play this in a way that ever beats a ghost. They have perfect information they get us. Played that really well, and definitely not ghosting because their play was already locked in. Maybe I'm just supposed to assume maybe I'm supposed to make the assumption that they won't put more points here just because, maybe I'm supposed to make the assumption that they won't put more points here because they don't know that we have Hawk and they don't know that we can contest them here. So they just, like, count this as a win. That's one of the reasons why I love this deck, is your end games, even when you lose, you get to look back at them and be like, there's definitely something I could have done better here, or what something else I could have thought about. Like adverts, chat. You could be thinking, Jeff, I didn't want to get these adverts, and I could have played around them by subscribing with Twitch Prime or 5 of my own dollars, but you didn't, and here they are. If you're watching on the YouTube side, don't forget to tap the like button on the stream. You can have some adverts as well. Could have played around it. I use Keg Bezos to play around ads. You seem to be enjoying the segues recently. Listen, chat, a spoonful of comedy helps the capitalism go down. Met 93 playing Hella Tribunal. You know, that honestly sounds kind of fun. I don't mind turning my brain off for a bit and just slamming. We said we were gonna look at some ladder metrics here. Oh, that was the thing. The ladder metrics are so skewed just because they're so skewed because of bots. Hella Tribunal still had good stats last season, though, right? But I cut Chavez from my deck, though, because I'm not a savage. Yeah, unsurprisingly, the builds without Chavez are the higher performing ones. This archetype is just like a peak example of one that people put Chavez into where she just doesn't belong. They just have a fundamental misunderstanding of the statistics that go into whether or not you want to play that card. What's the difference between these two? This one has Jubilee, this one has Iron Lad. I'd rather play Iron Lad. This says Jubilee and Iron Lad. Oh, they're playing Crystal instead. Yeah, that's fine. When you break down the stats of Chavez, Chavez makes you more likely to have specific cards before turn 6 and makes you less likely to have any given card on turn 6. Meaning in a deck like Hella Tribunal, where you're hoping to draw Hella or Onslaught or Living Tribunal or a variety of other cards on the last turn of the game, cutting yourself off of a draw on that last important turn of the game makes your deck less consistent, not more consistent. Chavez makes decks like Bounce more consistent because Bounce doesn't have a bunch of cards that it wants to draw on the last turn of the game. Bounce has cards that it wants to draw early in a specific order, and most of your draws are explicitly very bad on the last turn of the game. Honestly, I'm looking forward to the Chavez rework just so I can stop explaining the math behind it. Can you explain the benefit of bouncing Werewolf back to your hand? Is usually there's not a benefit in bouncing Werewolf back to your hand. Typically you avoid doing it, but sometimes your sequencing just dictates that you can't, so you do it. Yeah, Glenn Jones hinted / maybe directly said that they're gonna rework Chavez at some point just because she's not an interesting game piece. Yeah, bouncing it can be useful for giving up priority, but honestly you could usually give up priority simply by green split. I hate this fucking chibi though, Chad, if I'm being honest. Absolutely despise it. This is one of those, I actually really dislike that they put chibis and babies inside of... I really dislike that they put chibis and babies inside of, spotlights with some consistency. It just means I have a bunch of high value variants that I'm just never going to use because I just hate the art style. This is probably a game where we're dead. It's fine, they were playing an Alliance deck anyways. This archetype's pretty mid into Alliance. Red on Time Magic, welcome to the party. I bought Wolfwood tokens and I hated the other variants so much. Yeah, I agree. The werewolf spotlight variant's the only good one. Agree.
Opponent snapped.
He's bud.
Escaped.
It seems to be like you're facing less bots in your climbing up this season. Nah, I think it's been a similar number of bots as last season. It's fewer bots than a number of months ago, but it's still similar to last season for sure. The Executor keeps tracks of variants aren't used. Yeah, I would assume they keep close stats on everything remotely economy related. I snap on them giving us a limbo lane, right?
Snap.
I'm actually gonna put Crystal under Invisible Woman because otherwise it just gives them a free draw. Or do I? I don't know. It doesn't help us. I'm just gonna go hella into Modok though here, right? So I don't need this spot in the slot anyways.
Clear for takeoff.
It's fitting that we queued into a bot when someone was like, hey, have you played a bot recently? I think second dinner, put chibis and baby variants and spotlight caches as losing polls. Yeah, I think that's probably a reasonable assessment. Oh no! Putting Crystal underneath here means if I draw Living Tribunal, my Iron Lad won't be able to draw Modok. No, wait, my hand will be full. This is fine. We're guaranteed to have Modok gamers.
I am Iron Man.
Which is one of the reasons why this deck is so good and so consistent. Because, like, if this was Living Tribunal, our hand would be full, and then Crystal wouldn't be able to draw, and then this would be the Modok that's the only card in our deck. What would you consider to be a reasonable queue time to wait for real opponent for rebound? In my opinion, I would prefer if they just gave me the option to never have a bot and just always be able to wait. That would be my personal preference.
I am Iron Man.
Yeah, the bots, yeah, that's important to understand though. The bots aren't just there to keep queue times low. The bots exist to make climbing to infinite easier and make the system less net even for everyone, right? Did I get Peach She-Hulk? Of course I bought Peach She-Hulk. Maybe we'll play some of that today. I want to vibe on the Hella Tribunal deck for a bit, but yeah, I forgot we haven't played with our Peach She-Hulk yet. We can play some High Evo Hulk. Is the Peach She-Hulk bundle good value? Could you really put a price on beautiful art? Yes, you can. 64.99. Fair.
Live from the Daily Bugle.
Can you explain how MODOK was guaranteed as a draw there? Yeah, I had a copy of Iron Lad underneath Invisible Woman. So if I didn't draw MODOK, there was only one card left in my deck, and it was MODOK, so Iron Lad would have hit it. Well, I was dead because of Crystal. My hand was full, Mr. Mickey. Crystal couldn't draw. That's what gamers seem to be missing here. I think we're dead here, unfortunately, right? No Invisible Woman, no Iron Lad. I can't MODOK because Hella's in my hand. That's fine, their draw's super strong anyways.
Escaped.
Pro Bundle 3. What's a Pro Bundle 3?
Snap.
I want to snap, says local man, about to lose a 1-4 to Sakar. Why did I leave last game? Yeah, my hand was non-functional, Nighthawk. I'm actually just gonna like MODOK Hella on the left to your right, so that way whatever we discard goes into these. Monka Grand Central chat. Oh no. I've used any Sandman to counter Loki recently. Sandman sucks, and Loki isn't powerful enough or good enough to be worth dedicating a counter to. And thank God Sandman sucks. What a toxic piece of shit card. Marvel Snap is an awful game when Sandman is a competitive card.
Opponent snapped.
I think they're snapping because they're about to Enchantress by Invisible Woman. Yeah.
I am Iron Man.
Hey, bud. Thanks for the 8-cuber. Get fucked. Nice Legion. Nice Legion, nerd.
Victory.
Oh no! They Cosmo'd my Invisible Woman! Oh no! They rug pulled my Limbo! Pay up! Pay up! Call the ambulance, but not for me. Jeff, stop ghosting. Need an invisible woman in our next 2 draws. We can also draw Iron Man and have Iron Man Onslaught Living Tribunal game with magic, potentially. I think I want to play the Rock out, because if I draw Crystal next turn, I want to be able to have her draw me an extra card. This matchup could be kinda hard from the bounce side, but it's not hard at all when your opponent draws like this. Holy shit, gamers. Alright, we did. We needed Iron Man,
Escape.
Invisible Woman, or Iron Lad to get a redraw at either of those this turn. Oh, it's Peach Momoko takeover day. With a random Rian Gonzalez in there. It's actually a pretty good one. I like her art. I like their artwork when there's not a lot of random chibis in it. Still no Typhoid Mary, gamers. Still no Typhoid Mary. Yeah, Peach Magic's solid. Reasonable piece of art. $67,000 collector's tokens. Yeah, I was actually a little bit miffed that the Peach She-Hulk bundle came with a bunch of tokens. I really don't need tokens, but I also really wanted that variant. I'm gonna just Giganto left and set these up behind Invisible Woman, I think. There's just too much risk exposing these to all the Enchantresses and Rogues people are playing because of Miss Marvel right now. Mother of God!
Oh, snap.
I don't think Spider-Ham is worth picking up if you're not in a Werewolf decks. It's a very good playable card that's very good with Werewolf. Alright, game. One of your finest living tribunals, please.
Enough said, bub.
Anything you recommend for climbing within the season start? Whatever you're comfortable with. I don't think there's a deck that's like head and shoulders above everything else right now. Alright, 1 and 3, and then 1 and 2. I guess Iron Man into Onslaught might also just win the mid on their own, and then I could Magento one of the other locations. Alright, or we could just spike it like a professional.
Victory.
That's fine. That puts us to 90, right? No, we're 1 short, right? I feel like if they weren't staying in for 4 cubes there, they probably should have left from the start, right? Am I buying this Miss Marvel variant? What does the season pass Miss Marvel look like? Oh, that's actually like really good, huh? No, I think I'm happy with this one, gamers. I love when the season pass variant is a banger. I actually really don't care for... No, that's not true. The Spectrum one is good. I don't like the Captain Marvel. I love this sleeve, by the way. This is phenomenal art. You know, I don't love this one. I like my existing Captain Marvel. I'm definitely going to use the Spectrum of the Marvel. Or the Spectrum of the Miss Marvel. I like both of those a lot. I'm not like a full Peach stan. There's some like the Captain Marvel that are misses for me personally, but I think she's got more hits than misses in general.
Oh, snap.
All right, Riker. Yeah, I really don't like her Echo either. I agree. The characters that have like really weird body proportions, I'm not into, and a handful of hers have those. Baker is probably not a human. Certainly not. Mommy's home.
I am Iron Man.
Opponent snapped.
I would love to be propelled to rank 90 with an 8-cuber. Let's even play Onslaught here, just to, you know, guarantee that things work out. Come on, bot!
Victory.
This wasn't a break point, I'd be more annoyed, but like... God, the retreat bots are so annoying. Who this bot? 500 gold, gamers! That's good. I only had 142 gold because of bad impulse control, so it's good that we're getting some freebies. I almost have an all-pixel Bounce Hawk deck. Is that a timeout request? Looks deceptively close to a timeout request. You're sitting at 11,000 gold. I'm technically sitting on like 30,000 gold. I just haven't utilized my credit card to fully transfer it into my account yet. Yeah, yet is the operative keyword there.
Oh, snap.
I don't think these Craven decks are usually Cosmo decks. Usually, a lot of these decks haven't had room for tech cards or like Goliath decks.
Opponent snapped.
Get a Spider-Man? Yeah, maybe. Alright, in for a penny, in for a pound, bud. Come and get it. Hey, is that a bot? Pump me 4. You can borrow him. Oh, Project Pegasus is a hot location. Okay. I don't honestly thought about hot locations. Is that good for Project Pegasus hot location? It probably is, right?
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Go right! Alright, Cosmo me daddy, take my cubes. Take my cubes! Oh. I'm all lined up and ready to spew. Take my cubes. You specifically switched to this deck for the hot location. Nah, I just felt like getting some nerds. Hurt me, Dino disguised. I am yours. Punish me as you please. You can get a Goliath. Yeah, that's true. They technically need to coin flip the Goliath, right? Because I could move the Invisible Woman and play hella left. Dark Ride, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate it.
Are ye worthy?
It's never a coin flip when you're streaming, chat. Especially when they rope you every single turn and emote you. If you want the benefit of the doubt and not to be called a ghost, you should not rope me every single turn and also emote me. Those are the two things that make you most likely to be hanging out. Thanks, Darkrai. Appreciate you helping keep me around. Those Prime subs, as I broke down in my 1-year review, are a big part of why I'm able to do what I do here. Go play this deck till like the next ad break, but we might swap up again. This one hasn't been particularly fun. Gameplay is rather straightforward / dry.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
Okie I'd go back to playing some Miss Marvel with Cosmo. I bet there's gonna be a lot of people playing Alliance with the feature location. Yeah, I bet this kind of Sand Meanie bullshit is gonna be very popular. And ideally, we avoid drawing Hella next turn, so that way I can... And we're dead to Alliance. Cards are good with Miss Marvel. Invisible Woman and Cosmo are pretty important, so you don't just get rogued. And unfortunately, I didn't draw Living Tribunal, so even if they don't have Alliance, I only have 9 points here, which is losing.
Escaped.
Yeah, you use Invisible Woman to hide Miss Marvel, so that way if they have like an Enchantress or a Rogue, they have to take your thing away first. It's a feature location. Project Pegasus. Maybe have the Twitch drops happening more often. I mean, can you really say they're happening more often when they just started happening for the first time? They've kind of been almost once a month since they started, right? Is there Miss Marvel? Of course. Of course! Chance our Yondu opponent here isn't a person. Drop pickup 1 week from today. It'll be a Punisher variant, among other things. I loaded this deck up because I just wanted to play some Miss Marvel, but honestly, it's probably a pretty fine choice into this feature location. We've got a number of expensive cards. I'm curious to see how frequently they end up doing Twitch drops. I feel like once a month, if they keep doing it, is maybe a little bit too frequent, and they'll burn people out and stop getting good results with it, but we'll see. You bought out the shop yet? Chat, I'm not that big of a cosmetic whale. I am a mid-size Marvel snap whale at best. Okay? I'm not like one of those crazy people that's bought like every 700 gold variant and regularly empties my shop. I have the relatively modest goal of wanting to have one variant for every card that I play. But it honestly takes a lot for me to spend gold on a variant for a card that I already have a variant for. Stegron. The Stegron split is delicious. You're not wrong about that. How big of an uptick in viewers do you see during Twitch Prime Break? Usually 100% or more. On average. And for the people that have bigger YouTube presences than I do, they see even more than that. Like Dexter's average viewer count during drops, he's usually the biggest during drops week. He'll have like 6 to 10x what his normal average viewer count is. He's broken 5 digits worth of concurrent viewers the first couple of times Twitch drops have happened. Can bots play Phoenix Force? No, there's not a Phoenix Force deck list in the bots. Shuri's Lab is not great for us generically, so I'm just gonna go ahead and get rid of it here.
Wind, aid my hand.
Oh, snap.
I'm gonna play for all 3 here. They're a good substitute for Stegron. You could put any playable card in the Stegron slot. Dexter peaked around 30k on the first round of drops. Yeah, his peak was a lot lower than that the second time, though, if I recall correctly. Which is one of the things I'm talking about with the frequency. Like, the more frequently they shove Twitch drops together, the less the boost will likely be every time they do it. The only card I would point out you cannot play instead of Stegron is you can't play Juggernaut, because if you go Storm into Juggernaut, Miss Marvel can't boost the path because you'll have 2 3s there. I need to leave Jeff here in case they Doctor Doom, right? Is it not possible to pin variants to the normal shop? It is not. They want to FOMO you into spending money on gold. Thanks for the cubes, bud. The classic Arbor in my Alliance deck. Gaming. Okay, this is good. It's good deck building, really. Alright, gamers, you know what else is good? Whatever these adverts are trying to sell you. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We have almost as many likes on the YouTube stream as we have viewers. 228 likes, 248 viewers. Do we have 20 button pressers in the audience? I believe in you. I'm gonna press a button and give you an advert. Then I pull for Farina and Genshin. I ran so hot pulling for Farina win Megas. I had 25,000 primos, and in 25,000 primos, I got C1 Farina and her signature weapon. It's actually hotter than the sun. Does the hot location count for conquest? It does not. What's the percentage on that? It's some fraction of a percent, Silence. It's real low. Do I still play Honkai? I do, yeah, actually, I just finished my Forgotten Hall run this morning. I get up to stage 8 this time, which is nice. Slow and steady. Finally finished most of my second team. Yeah, I have a Peach Shop takeover, but I don't think I'm really buying anything. I might buy this at some point. Just because, like, the bundle's decent value and I like Black Widow. I kind of like the anime one more. Like, none of these really speak to me. In fact, the variant I like most in here isn't even the Peach one that's stuck into my shop for some reason. But I actually like Peach's Miss Marvel more than this one. And that one's in the Battle Pass, so we'll get to use that one. Waiting on that Storm for a long time. Yeah, it's not a bad one. Storm's one of those cards where it's just like, has a ton of beggar variants. It's not really bad art for it. So anyway, to get Series 4 or 5 cards besides Spotlight tokens. No, besides Spotlight keys. No, just keys and tokens. Reserves no longer have Series 4 and 5 cards in them. Rude. Gosh, our hand is quite bad. Occasionally, bundles have Series 4 variants in them. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's an accurate call out. You pull for Jing or Topaz and her. I actually just pulled for Topaz in that one last night, too. I need to build her. Finishing up. I pulled Celia in that one as well. There's just no space for Bar Sinister to do anything useful here.
Wind, aid my hand.
The last slot in the shop is a random pre-existing Peach variant for everybody. Perhaps just has them all. Oh, maybe. Yeah.
Escaped.
I think I'm picking up Marvel Dice Throw, but I never played any Dice Throw games that you recommend. Yeah, Marvel Dice Throw is actually the, I don't know if you see it, and that's why you're asking if it's just free. That's the box sitting on my shelf behind me. I think both the Marvel variation and the base version of Dice Throw are quite good. They're my #1 recommended. You're looking for like a Magic the Gathering or trading card experience, and you don't want it. You want like a box set. It's that's a great one to be. Shelf. Listen, chat. I really don't appreciate it when chat implies that my very human background is not real. It's offensive. Work hard to maintain that backdrop.
Wind, aid my hand. Wind, aid my hand.
Okay, now this is funny.
Opponent snapped.
Because this will shrink their scroll. I think I'm snapping them back at instead. Oh, you know, maybe I'm supposed to Jeff here to play for a priority better and try and duck a Cosmo. Excuse me? Well, this ties the middle, and I'm winning here. You know, there's a card here, opponent. What?
Victory.
Iron Lad is Jeff. Even still, they can't win. They had no permutation. Yes, there is a Dice Threat X-Men coming as well. Obviously, I haven't played that one because they're kickstarting it right now. No, bundle variants are exclusive to the bundle. Only people that have incredibly poor spending habits will have Peach She-Hulk. Me, I have incredibly poor spending habits. Hey, Pushman, thank you for the entire year. Welcome back. Appreciate the support. Get your sword to go with that shield. You know what deck might be on? Someone asked if I'd played Destroyed recently. Deadpool negative Destroy might be fun into Project Pegasus. That deck likes playing 6 drops.
Snap.
I have not played Spider-Man 2 yet. I haven't. I'm replaying Spider-Man Miles Morales. I'm like 70% of the way through that. And I'll tackle Spider-Man 2 at some point. Fall's a really busy time for people with children. Lots of extracurriculars and all that. My children, starting this week, my children have extracurricular activities 5 afternoons, 5 evenings out of the week, Monday through Friday, so a lot of running around. Pad Day and Hip Day. Today we have Peach Roka Day. Do you think they'll ever do an Archer Day? Almost assuredly, Lazarus. Yeah, I've got 3 little ones, Darkrai. They are 3, 8, and 9. Joke's on you, Jeff. I have kids. I just don't sleep. It's true, you know. Start mid actually, because I don't have a way to protect.
Wind,
I
aid
don't have a way to
my
protect Miss
hand.
Marvel from like a rogue or an enchantress, so we'll start here, I think. Excited for the Pixel Takeover week. What a monster. I snap them here. I might snap them here. Good spot. You have 10 kids under 18. I can't tell if you're serious or not. Good golly. Ten's a big number, gamers. So wins the game every time, right? They don't have, So I'm at 14, they're at 5. This loses a Chavez, right? Most Sabu decks aren't Chavez decks, though. Yeah, they're leaving.
Victory.
Oh, the bite right is +1. Yeah, that's true, because it shuts down the, what's it called? It's a good show. I think it's the easiest climbing deck right now. I don't think it really exists, Adam. If I'm being honest, I played some Loki earlier today, expecting it to be a relatively easy climb, and was kind of disappointed with the power level results. It did not feel overly strong. I don't think my hand's strong enough to stay on this. I think I just leave. The removal of card preview potential for Daredevil. No, there were a bunch of small graphical bugs in this latest patch. Studies have found that parents with 4 kids are the happiest. At that point, you just let the waves lap over you and don't care anymore. I'm pretty sure I'd die. Yeah, I think Bound Talk is good. Wolverine, Iceman, probably a bot. We're a 2 and through household. We don't want to be outnumbered. Yep, feel you on that. Once you get past 3, your options for vehicles become more narrow. The 15-passenger van is an eyesore. Alright, gamers, I believe.
Victory.
Yeah, for a long time, my wife and I thought we were done at 2. Our older 2 are only 15 months apart, and they're real close. And then they were like 5 and 6, and I was looking at stacks of boxes of toddler clothes in the garage, and I was like, all right, it's time to make a decision. Are we getting rid of the boxes of toddler clothes, or are we having one more? And then we had a girl, and we never used the stacks of boxes of toddler clothes anyways, so joke's on me. Don't play around with child RNG. Never lucky rubber ducky. Nah, Haley's great. And we're successfully in the process of actually getting rid of those toddler clothes finally, 3 years later, so. You know. Huzzah! Is there a good negative list? No, good negative lists don't exist. Good Mr. Negative lists are lies that Redditors tell themselves so they can be mad at Mobius for existing.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
The person who's ranked 10 right now plays Mr. Negative. As I frequently say, if I ask you to explain to me why a deck list is good, and the only thing you can tell me is someone's results with that deck list, you didn't understand the assignment. Good players do well with bad decks all of the time. A singular person having success with a deck does not mean that that deck is good. Marvel Snap is a game where I would argue a majority of people, myself included, are spending most of their time playing less than optimal or less than top tier decks. Because Marvel Snap is a game that's mostly played casually by people for fun. Because sitting there and playing Loki or whatever the top deck is for 8 hours a day is not something most people find joy in, myself included. Negative Thanos has been pretty good for me so far. Negative Thanos, in my opinion, is a prime example of even if you take a good deck, i.e. Thanos, and fuck it up by a few cards, i.e. Mr. Negative and an Iron Man, the good deck is still pretty good. Cosmoing. We'll go Storm into Marvel and Onslaught here.
Wind, aid my hand.
If you could maintain your same metrics while being a variety stream, would that be more desirable for you? I don't know. When I was playing Magic the Gathering, I would have snapped off a yes without a second thought. But I really like Marvel Snap. Is 16 enough to win here? If I play the Rock out, I lose the Miss Marvel bonus on Washington, D.C. gamers. Because Nebula and Rock are both ones. These decks don't usually have another big thing other than Darkhawk. What happens if they play Man-Thing? If they play Man-Thing, they go up to 12, and I lose 4 down to 7, and then I go up 5 to 12. So we're tied, and then I'm 24 to 27, and I'm up here by more. They can have Mystique. Mystique isn't usually a card in the opponent's deck's output range. We could definitely get got by that, but generally speaking, that's not a card I'm going to play around. These decks don't usually have room to play Mystique. Oh yeah, they also played these cards after the Hawk is true. But generally, even if this was their last card played, you shouldn't play around Mystique here. Learning what you should be playing around and what you should be treating to isn't simply just a measure of, okay, what cards in Marvel Snap beat me? It's, okay, what cards in Marvel Snap beat me that my opponent's deck could reasonably be playing? Viper. Probably a clutter deck. Our second yesterday and feeling a little overwhelmed when thinking about the firstborn. As a father of siblings, do you experience anything similar the second time around? No, not that I really recall. Free Cosmo in the middle. That's lovely. You gonna move Jeff right to play around Man-Thing? No, that's not true. Oh. I guess we'll die.
Wind, aid my hand.
Escaped.
Save clothes for the grandkids, not even a little bit. I miss that one. Nope. I would like my garage space back. I go Lizard into Storm on the left here.
Wind, aid my hand.
The problem here is, if I Stegron the Craven, I'm not sure I can win the other two paths. Hopefully this goes right. Nailed it. I actually don't want to kick them out of here, right? That's because Sandman decks just aren't very good. People always try and play Sandman every time they think there's a new thing that might do something with it. And it's just like never good. It might just claw because it's the most stats, so we'll go from there. Does Doom win? I don't know, actually. Maybe? I have a kitty pride. Only like 3 though. Their opponent's deck isn't a deck that can like play a ton of cards out all at once is the thing. Yeah, I think we just Doom and stay. You think against a different Elsa deck, we would maybe leave here, but like their deck is generally speaking built to like build up one path and trigger Elsa again and again in that same path. So they don't like flood the board with a bunch of cards in the last turn. Usually this build doesn't play Kitty Pride because they want to play like a good 6-drop on 6. It's an atypical inclusion for them. Y'all still see me, right? I haven't dropped any frames, we're still connected? Weird. The play button worked there, but everything I was clicking on the interface was just like full locked. This release has so many graphical issues. Speaking of graphical issues, mother of God, it's hideous. Oh, maybe it was untapped. Maybe? I don't know. The play button worked. Usually when it's untapped, it hooks the input on everything. What if we do this, and then I set up Invisible Woman Stegron into the Nexus?
Opponent snapped.
Snapping me. Oh, this is the person that we banned because they came into the stream and admitted they were ghosting the other day. So maybe we're supposed to leave on principle? Lost that coin flip. Won that one, sure. Pretty scary. They drew 2 zeros there, I was watching. Miss Marvel does not give 5 here. So I think it's just Doctor Doom. Let's spew. Oh, Steggy boy, oh, Steggy boy, the cards we are removing. The best part about Stegrod here, chat, is if they're ghosting again, they don't know what he's going to hit.
Wakanda forever!
I am Iron Man. I am Iron
Think
Man.
we're dead either way here.
I am Iron Man.
They're still at 30. Did Twitch roll out a feature to stop blocked users from watching a stream? I mean, you could just like use an incognito browser or like create a second account. Like when someone complains they're blocked on Twitter, it's like anybody can rub 2 brain cells together, can look at content from people that they're blocked. And has them blocked. Unfortunately, 2 brain cells to be rubbed together is not a common trait many people have. Oh, I should have. I would put my undo all action buttons if I had one.
Opponent snapped.
I guess we just like die to them just like passing into a big thing, right? And they're just gonna take 8 years to do it, so we should leave and save our time.
Escaped.
The choose your card in the store, are there really any specific cards I should look out for? It really kind of depends on what other Series 3 cards you have already and what you enjoy playing. So like once your collection level 1800, like you'll have a relatively alright collection. And you can start thinking about working towards specific things that'll work well with the other cards that you already have.
Wind, aid my hand.
The only peaches I'm waiting on are the Battle Pass peach at this point, Boomflex, and the Momoko She-Hulk that I already have. So.
Snap.
How's your day, Jacob? Beep boop? Really interesting. Boop beep. Interesting. Deep. My day was very humid. Very humid, much wow. What's going on, Level? Thanks for the primer, appreciate it. Oh yeah, for the sake of clarity, we're playing against a bot named Jacob, gamers. My children are still currently at school. Why do you run into so many bots in your MMR? Because Ben Brode wants me to be bored while I play Marvel Snap. This is technically more stats, right? Put 7 here and then 5 and 5.
Victory.
You know what else makes people bored, chat? Not just bots, adverts. Be bored for 2 minutes. I'll be back. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, gamers. I'll get you in a second. See if we can keep slogging our way up towards infinite. To give a more detailed breakdown on why I hit more bots than people that are lower ranked than me, is something that a lot of people don't understand, is that not all people at the same rank in Marvel Snap are in the same matchmaking pool. So even though I'm rank 93, my pool of opponents is different than what a lot of other people's rank 93 opponents are. My snap points still carry over from season to season, and there's an internal hidden MMR past those snap points. So even though I'm not infinite yet, my matchmaking pool of players is going to be similar to my matchmaking pool of players in infinite. So not everybody's climb to infinite is equally difficult or equally easy. And in my case, it ends up making it easier because being towards the top end of the player pool means that when there's not another player towards the top end of the player pool, it gives me bots. And that happens more frequently for someone at the top than someone in the middle. I'll put Nebula here and we'll play Jeff and Ant Maze next turn. So that's why I rarely get bots as an aggressively mediocre player, correct?
Oh, snap.
Abby is good for my Nebula and good for my Jeff. Abby is good for my Nebula because they prioritize playing to here. She gets bigger. Is the Peach Roco event 1 day or 2? I actually don't know. I don't pay super close attention to the art stuff because it's not something I'm very into. It's today and next Wednesday. Okay. Hi, buddy. Letting us know they're playing Mr. Negative as we queue up. I want to say thank you for how you handle your ad breaks. Yep. I simply handle my ad breaks the way I wish Twitch streams I was watching would handle their ad breaks. When I would watch a lot more Twitch.tv if
Victory.
there weren't constantly commercials over the top of gameplay. And we get to have a little fun with it. I've been enjoying perfecting my advert segues in lots of different ways. You know, there's really an art to protecting people from the ads being inconvenient and entertaining manner. And speaking of protection, chat, if you need to protect your internet connection, you're someone out there in the world using public Wi-Fi, make sure you consider picking up a VPN provider. With Surfshark, you can head over to surfshark.deals/Jeff Hoagland and get 6 months for free, plus a discount using my link. It comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. They're one of the fastest VPNs in the industry. You use it on an unlimited number of devices for just one price. Definitely check them out. I'm a gamer. What is this public you speak of? Yep. What are your thoughts on Twitch Turbo to avoid ads on random channels? Twitch streamers get paid for you watching their channels while you have Twitch Turbo, just as if you didn't have Twitch Turbo. So, are they Loki? I feel like they must be Loki, because if they weren't Loki, if they were bounced, they wouldn't be getting rid of Aunt May's. Or they wouldn't be getting rid of Shuri's Lab, I mean. Yep. Snowguard basically confirms they're a Loki gamer. Gosh, the Strange Academy is so awkward and bad for us. Am I staying, gamers? Potentially have my Stegron. The problem with Claw Onslaught left is my Lizard becomes -3. And I don't know that I could win with 9, 16, 13 here. They're already at 9. And with Vesuvius here, I have to leave or I lose 4. Yeah, get some retreat angle as well. Alright. We don't necessarily need to make it to infinite on day 1. Let's spew a little bit with the feature location. is your least favorite hot location. Why do you hate fun? Says local man about to be Galactus and Eliath.
Oh, snap.
Snap. Our opponent is also a gamer of culture.
Opponent snapped.
Feelings about this matchup are very negative. You're not alone. Alright, this will be a 14 power dull. Yeah, he'd appeal to Zola in a perfect world. You believe in magic, opponent. Alright, Jane drew them 2 cards. And they drew a couple of cards. Gaming? I think we're gaming. Probably supposed to leave. It's fitting that I queued up for Mr. Negative the first time, and we queued into a greedier, less consistent version of our deck. And then we lose to fucking Ironheart RNG shit. It's so frustrating. Just literally needed one Ironheart trigger to not land over here. Just needed one of his last ones to land at either of these spots, and then we win the breaker, right? Oh, would we have lost the breaker, actually? No, we'd have won it by 1, right? Because we'd be 20-20, and they'd be 26-0, and we'd be up 27. We're supposed to guess they're gonna abandon the negative path. Why? Explain yourself. Articulate it fully. Help us understand why you're suggesting that's the correct play.
Snap. Victory.
That's the way it ended up at. Yeah, it's big Captain Heimstein energy. What was this person playing? Oh, is this an Eliath Brain Gamer? I feel like this was an Eliath Brain Gamer earlier. This hand's absurd with this location, though, so, like, we're snapping. Let's go. Let's deck Mr. Negative plus Destroy. Yeah, kinda. If you haven't seen this one before, we played it a bunch of times in the past. It featured on the YouTube channel a few times. As always, if you want to keep up with a sweet selection of off-meta decks, make sure you're checking that out. Tackiest Taco, thanks for the 7 months. Welcome back. Bobble Hat, thank you for the 5 months. Pervidia, thank you for the 41 months. Mother of God. Mother of God. Their armor certainly tried. Oh! This is the gamer that was playing Goliath with armor earlier. I remember this armor split now looking at it. That's what we were joking about earlier. Yeah, I remember now. Can I play around Shang-Chi here? The problem is Reality Stone. I'm not sure I have the bandwidth to play around Shang-Chi and Reality Stone. That's the issue. Oh. Okay, and this is actually fine because they have priority. So I get to go 40 power Deadpool here, 41 power Null here. They Shang this, the Null soaks it up, and they're never beating 40 here. Oh no! Not Shang-Chi! Shit! Oh, you've destroyed my 28 power Venom! I'll never financially recover. What a nice Null. Good clean living right there.
Victory.
I'm gonna Nico and then pass on 3 unless we get the extra energy, and then on 4 we'll Mr. Negative draw cards. Maybe I'm supposed to play the Forge out just to keep my hand small. So I'm gonna drop to 5, drop to 6. Yeah, I should have played the Forge out. Miss a draw here. It's fine, our opponent's a play left bot, so we're gonna crush him. Alright, you're winning 2 paths. Snap me. Wow, really?
Snap.
Come on, bot. Are play left bots a thing? They are. Alright, if we're a skilled card gamer, Carnage will eat both Deadpools. Carnage. Carnage is a hungry boy, chat. It's so sad that this is probably a retreat bot. Wait, alright, hold on. I do this, 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 and then I do this. Oh, is the bot gonna stay? Oh, it's gonna stay, chat. I'm so excited. It let me do the thing. Thank you, bot.
Iron Man.
Who's the good bot? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. See, that's why the retreat bots are the worst, because at least this I can like have a smile on my face while I get to make numbers here. Who's a good bot? Yes, you are. Living Tribunal wishes he had this kind of power. I'm gonna vibe on Bass for a turn. We'll play it on 2 so we can go magic into negative probably. But if I could like draw a Deadpool or something else to power up, that would be great. You did say the negative deck isn't good earlier, but this does seem fun. This deck is one of the most fun things you can experience while playing Marvel Step. It is truly a delight. I think I want to leave Bar Sinister open just in case we draw like an Arnim Zola, right? For the shenanigans. You get punished by a Green Goblin here. Oh, we can draw Killmonger into Carnage. Yeah, that's true, actually. Good shout. Drawing Iron Man sucks. Iron Man, Null, and Zola are like our 3 big hits that we really want to keep in our deck. Alright, we need to draw Killmonger, like, next turn. Sure thing, boss. Thanks for not snapping, I guess, right? Oh! Can I win this game? Are we all of a sudden in the realm of being able to win this game? I think so, yeah? My deck has 7 cards in it, so their Hawk is 14. This is 18. Puts us to 24. Styes to Shang. I feel like they're less likely to have Shang with the goblins. I think I need the extra stats here, because Deadpool Iron Man's only 20. Even without the Shadow King, we were dead there, right? Shadow King, I would have been 4, 3, and 1. 7, 9. Yeah, I would have did there either way. Opponent drew their tech cards and we didn't. If we'd have had a Killmonger, we'd have been able to win the right very cleanly there. Had a very, very real game. I shouldn't have been greedy. I should have magicked the bar on 3. Mr. Negative! A sad start. What a sad start. Alright. Touche. LOL. That was late. Yes, definitely about stick.
Victory.
I'm gonna snap. We have Bast into Forge by Deadpool into Killmonger, fill the White Hot Room on 3.
Victory.
This is the sad part about climbing efficiently with decks like this. There's a lot of games like this where you're just like obviously favored, where you snap and they just leave. It's fun when you get to get people, but there's a lot of these where it's just like you're leaving because your hand's weak or your hand's finally good and then they leave. speaking, that's good for us, because we're a Killmonger deck. No, there's really not room for Mystique in this deck, in my opinion.
Oh, snap.
Could get Cosmoed here. It's a real concern.
Opponent snapped.
Hopefully they're just filling the raft and not Cosmogos. I don't have another good location to play to is the problem here. Oh. Sure. It's like usable without Nico, definitely. In prison decks, gamers. Alright, so they're definitely an Alioth gamer, right? Trying to put myself in a position so I'm winning right and center. So I want to be winning right this turn, right? So that way Alioth doesn't get me next turn. Like, I'm playing around Alioth here. I need to put stats on the right this turn. So I'm beating Alioth next turn. This is the problem with Alioth and trying to play around it that makes it a lot like the old versions of Leader. Is playing around Alioth here means I eat shit to Shang-Chi. Unless we draw exactly null, which we could. We're 1 in 3 to draw null. Okay. All right. Dinner's ready. Come and get it. Cool.
Victory.
Oh, we have priority. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, would still die to Shang. Good shout. I forgot we took priority there. Yeah, and that's honestly probably the biggest problem I have with Alioth as a design. Is Alioth as a design makes almost every game this just frustrating kind of non-interesting coin flip, right? Where it's like, well, I flip the coin. Am I playing for priority to beat Alioth, or am I playing to not put my points out yet to beat Shang-Chi? It's all bad in one situation or the other. Hey, B Knight, thanks for the sub gift. Appreciate it. Yeah, and then there's Professor X cheese on top of it to make sure that you're winning your one path, right? Infinite with Nimrod Destroy. Nice. Goliath makes the entire game kind of feel like a waste of my time. Yeah, it removes a lot of the otherwise very interesting kind of decision points. Okay, the Thanos deck burning the Reality Stone early is good for us, but that being said, they're likely a Professor X deck, which isn't necessarily stellar for us. Alright, we want to avoid drawing Iron Man and Null next turn, because those are our two cards that we really want to invert with negative. Avoided drawing our two good ones. Now we just gotta dodge a Professor X, which in theory shouldn't be hard because they haven't drawn anything.
Snap.
I'm gonna snap. They're gonna leave, and I'm gonna be sad. I am sad, but just for a different reason than I anticipated. I think I'm best off just doing this, right? And I have priority here, so I don't have to worry about them moving the Cosmo and getting me. I'm gonna put this here, actually, because it helps us play around Goliath on the right on the last turn.
Victory.
And even, just like, I don't know, I'm gonna try not to sound too much like a broken record when I talk about it, but like even this game, right, where I won, like I don't feel satisfied or like I did something sweet to outplay my opponent. I feel like I got incredibly lucky that they didn't have Goliath to potentially blow away the things that I did, and that the vision didn't shuffle in a way that I lost a coin flip. Like I don't feel smart or like I accomplished something. I feel relief that the game is over, and I happen to be fortunate that now the game is over. Just the emotional perspective of these decks is so deeply negative in my opinion. You know what else is deeply negative for some people, chat? Adverts. Fortunately, I've got 2 minutes of those for you, so, you know, try not to be too sad about it. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping that like button. You can have some adverts as well. I'm gonna run to the restroom, subs. Catch you in a minute. really love this soundtrack. It's fantastical. We're gonna go for a null split. I mean, eventually. I don't have any credits, gamers. Null is on my giant list of cards to eventually upgrade. Or is he even in the good cards category? No, he's at the bottom of the mid cards. Yeah, it's probably where he belongs. I explain this deck and how it works. Yeah, you basically have two game plans that have some overlapping synergy. So one of your game plans is like power up a Deadpool with Bast Forge and ways to blow it up. And the other one is Mr. Negative into Arnim Zola plus Null. And sometimes you do Arnim Zola plus Null stuff even without having... sometimes you do Arnim Zola plus Null stuff even without having negative, thanks to magic existing. Probably gonna be a time to go. You're gonna have games where you don't have Mr. Negative or Deadpool, and then you just bounce. No magic either. Bounce gamer.
Escaped.
We want double Bast and Iron Man. I don't think so. We usually don't have enough other stuff on the board if Deadpool things aren't going on. Ghost Blank, thanks for the prime, I appreciate it. Why is the YouTube stream in member mode? They don't accept my Bezo bucks. I did put a $1 membership option on the YouTube side if you want to chat for super cheap on the other platform. But I found that toggle and I really prefer just not having open chats. It's better for my sanity. Yeah, the instant rewind on the YouTube side is definitely the #1 feature I wish Twitch would import. So here, we'll just like blow some stuff up on turns 4 and 5, and then we'll null into Zola. We'll wait to snap the beep boop here. Some of these things really make me chuckle. It's like, why is this a deck even in the bot rotation? Like, can someone in second dinner please explain to me why there's a Bucky Barnes Wolverine armor deck that the bots play? Like, could we at least make them marginally more competitive? Like, could we give them real decks at least? If you're gonna make me waste my time playing against them? Alright, and they'll be winning going into turn 6, so hopefully they snap me and I snap them back so we can get 4 cubes out of it.
Opponent snap.
What an interesting and tactical gameplay experience. They should change it so top 5,000 for the previous season shouldn't see bots pre-infinite either. I would love that change. I know some of you at home see like me playing bots, you're like, oh, Jeff gets to get to infinite easier. He should like that. I don't play, like there's no extra prizes for getting to infinite faster, right? Like playing against bots just feels like a waste of my time. Especially when they retreat on the last turn. Like, give me cubes and let me do my thing at least. Always want to blow them up on Nidavellir. Makes the null bigger. Hey, thanks for sticking around, Hackmage. The prize for getting to infinite faster is the lack of bots in infinite. That's true, you know. I guess this is good for my Iron Man, huh? I don't want to compete in their Morbius path. Harsh, but fair. We'll play Iron Man here, we'll play Null here, we'll Zola it across, we'll be on our way.
Victory.
When you blow up your opponent's 22 power card with Gambit, but still have to leave when they snap you. It's always so weird / interesting how divergent people's experiences are. Got to Infinite last night and Cerebro 5 felt good. Cerebro 5 felt rancid when we played it yesterday. Just does not consistently make big enough numbers to be competitive into what a lot of people are doing. And isn't remotely disruptive. Oh, nice. Is your favorite Cerebro 3 or do you just not bother? I like Cerebro 2. It has the best stats last I checked, and it's the one I enjoy playing the most personally. It's a great kitty split, sans the green. It's real good in ink. It's beautiful. Do-do-do. Beauty, please don't Cosmo me. We're gonna take priority here, unfortunately, which means I can't Killmonger their 1-drops, but honestly, that's probably fine. The clutter's probably not ideal for them. They can potentially Rogue pull next turn. Yeah, I'm gonna Arnim Zola the Null next turn. They did bounce and can get another Hawk here. So we're gonna Killmonger this turn, and then we'll Arnim Zola Null next turn. Never lost a 50-50 in my life. Certainly not about to start now, says local man about to be Shang-Chi'd 100% of the time. I should have played the Killmonger left to play for priority better. I wasn't thinking. If we lose to Shang or Rogue, it's definitely on me. There's 5 cards in their deck, though, because they've been overfilling their hand, so even if they're playing the tech card, no guarantee here. All right. Oh. Curse our opponent, putting a good card in their deck instead of playing Shang-Chi. Because the funny part here is, if they hadn't had Rogue, we'd have won even if we lost the coin flip, right? We'd have been 10-10, and they would have been, you know, like 6 here, and we would have been like 17 here. We're only down 8 here. Please be the drawer plus mode. Please be the drawer plus mode. Nailed it. Oh wait, that's at a copy to our hand. I think that's still fine, right? We'll do this. Not amazing, but fine. Gang Doc, thank you for the almost 3 years. Welcome back. I assume we're good to Loki. We're okay into Loki. Their tech cards are good against us. You almost never play Deadpool on 1 in this deck, because you want the ability to be able to bast him, or forge him.
Snap.
Zabu Thanos.
Escaped.
Sandman Thanos is certainly a Marvel Snap experience. And then obviously the person who thought to put those two things in the same deck, they figured out they should snap after they play their card. That means they win the game.
My creations.
Mediocre play and mediocre deck building, firmly hand in hand.
Oh, snap.
Alright, Andrew, get him to snap.
Victory.
I love to raise the stakes after I show the table my full house. Yep. Yeah, the Onslaught Claw Miss Marvel that I featured on the YouTube channel this morning continues to be my favorite non-Professor X Goliath Miss Marvel deck. I love how a lot of the deck lists I've seen going around, people just like shoved Miss Marvel into Goliath prison. They're like, Miss Marvel's so good. It's like, or that deck's always been good. Yo, it is excellent though, chat. She's beautiful. Do do do. Is Miss Marvel actually good? I think Miss Marvel is what I would refer to as a like Nebula power level card. She's not gonna like take over the format like Elsa or Loki, but she's also probably gonna be a card that's involved in a competitive deck somewhere, and she's just kind of an individually good Marvel Snap card. Fixed. Thank you for the 31 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. So, without magic in hand, I think I might do this Soak 2, and then we play She-Hulk in the middle next turn, and then just like Hulk left on the last turn. Seems fine. Don't know about you, but Hulk's feeling about 22. So it'll be 20 on the middle, 22 on the left. Hopefully good to go. Like Iron Man and the Onslaught, maybe get us mid. Feel like she slotted into prison decks and made them better. I don't know, I think the prison decks have always been pretty good. I guess the New York Shuffle's not ideal. They'll give us the Dark Dimension for free, especially with buy points from Miss Marvel going into there, and then hopefully they commit enough there that they don't win the middle. That 22 is enough to keep it there. This deck is like kind of like my chill vibes deck of choice. You just like kind of slam some things. The things that you're counting in this deck tend to be relatively straightforward to count. Just like make pretty solid big numbers in a couple of paths. This draw was honestly pretty medium for us. We didn't have a Quinjet early. We didn't have Magic. We didn't have Misty Knight. And we still just like made 20 and 22, which is like pretty respectable. But your best draws obviously involve playing out 3 Hulks. They like play a Chavez middle plus move a 6-drop there. Lost to New York.
Behold my creations.
Behold my creations. Add any more evolved cards. Glenn Jones had commented at one point that they were tentatively thinking about one more evolved card. I don't know what with Cyclops and stuff really means, Azazel. That was the best draw on my deck. Doesn't really matter though, we're playing against a bot.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
So I could go Hulk into Hulk, but I think I'd rather go pass into Hulk. For the 8 cuber, bud. Always appreciated. I want you to know, chat, one thing you should take to heart from watching my stream and seeing all the bots I play against, almost every content creator that gets to infinite, like on day 1 or day 2, hits a similar number of bots. So like when you see them posting early take deck lists and they're saying their record with the deck list is the reason why the deck is good and they have some absurd win rate or absurd cube rate, the reality is they farmed a bunch of AIs to get a good chunk of that. It's what I actually had. I was talking with Bootman the other day and he was like, Jeff, why are all these stats so high for these Miss Marvel decks? It's crazy. And I was like, well, it's all pre-infinite data and everybody's playing bots. He's like, oh, yeah. Like we had a 5-week season last season, so it's been so long since there was bots in any of the data we were looking at. They just skew it so much. So it's really good for the Sugar Gamer. Also means we don't have to worry about tech cards though, which is nice. If we find Hulk next turn, we might have a shot. Do you think there's enough data available on the back end that the untapped tracker could remove bot games? No, I don't think so. There really isn't an efficient programmatic way to be like these games are bots and these ones aren't. If they have any of their good cards here, we have to leave. I don't know if that one qualifies. It's only 16 points. Where I like draw She-Hulk here and I talk myself into staying. Second, are there any plans for a top Infinity ladder, like tournaments or anything? No. No official plans for anything esports related. They've done a couple of, like, content creator-centric tournaments, but they don't intend to, like, do Magic the Gathering style super competitive stuff. Edge. Not the Hulk we were looking for. We needed Peaches. And honestly, even if we drew Peaches, we were probably dead and are better off leaving. Like a Battles List or each player would use multiple decks. Yeah, I've talked in the past where I think Conquest desperately needs something to make it more distinct from Ladder. Either multi-decks like that, or like some type of side deck like Magic the Gathering and other card games use.
My creations.
I certainly would like some added depth to Conquest as a format. It's not terrible into Sandman, but I also wouldn't say it's particularly great. Some of our draws are quite bad into Sandman. Speaking of Sandman, yeah, I mentioned our Sandman matchup explicitly because we're playing against Sandman right now, yes. Our better hands into Sandman definitely involve drawing Hulk, which we've not done this game. This would have been the best draw in my deck if my opponent wasn't a toxic piece of trash. You want to save Jeff for later so you could double spell? Maybe I wanted to trigger Misty Knight that turn, Steric. Maybe I could have just played a 3-drop. There's no guarantee they had their Sandman on curve. I mean, like, I'm unlucky, so my opponent will always have it, I guess, but not necessarily right to strictly play around it. If Misty Knight hits Jeff or Magic, we can tie the left. Not anymore, nerd. Hand never gets empty here, but they can move Jeff and play middle, so we're dead, right? That's fun.
Escaped.
Behold my creations.
Not bad. Get to power Hulk up. Usually when you have Hulk in the open, you'll play off curves to make sure you maximize him. If they don't address Professor X and Alliance tomorrow, I might quit Snap and play Backpack. I mean, you should probably take a break from Snap then. You don't gotta sell me the game being better when they remove toxic piece of shit cards, but like, Glenn Jones at this point has said point blank, the metrics on either of those are problematic and to not expect changes coming to them, which is unfortunate, but it's the reality.
Opponent snapped. Escaped.
Speaking of taking breaks, dear Second Dinner, I know your data on Professor X says it's fine, but really he fucking sucks, especially on hot location days like today. I'm signing off. I know I got here a little bit late, but honestly, my joy that I've been having on the ladder for the last couple hours has been really a drag, and I would recommend all of you the best message you can send to Second Dinner past giving feedback and things like their Discord server and on social media that cards like Professor X and Alliance suck the joy out of the game is playing less. It's the most important metric that they see. I think that deck will probably be less popular tomorrow once the feature location rolls off, but oh god, it's all morning tomorrow too, right? Maybe we'll get a jump start on Conquest tickets tomorrow. Maybe we'll get a jump start on Conquest tomorrow. I don't know. It's just not. It's just not fun. Alright, peace folks.